Bienvenidos.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. My name is Mercy Correa, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to the CAF Festival, Voices for a Regional Culture that Moves the World. This is an event organized for CAF with the support of the Ministry of Culture of the Government of Panama. Once again, I want to say that our language is streamed in three languages, and we have simultaneous translation. We would like to welcome your experience and reflections on social media using the hashtag Festival Voces CAF and to follow us through X, Instagram, and Facebook. In this way, we can continue a dialogue that goes beyond these walls and to be able to reach a global audience. And we would like to welcome Karine Gonzalez, that it's the CDO of Geo Brazil, and that it's going to moderate the panel Words That Transform, which are writing and reading that are essential for development. And it's going to have the participation of Jaime Abello, who is the co-founder of Fundación Gabo, Claudia Neira Bermudez, who is the director of the Centro America Cuenta Festival, and Cristina Fuentes de la Rocha, who is the director of the Hay Festival in Latam. Welcome. Thank you, everybody, and good morning. Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well? Okay, then. And therefore, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the kind invitation of coffee, and also thank you all the panelists to be here. It's great to be able to see you here. And to the panel, the proposal of our panel is very specific. That's why we are going to reflect about the how we can have reading and writing as essential tools, and to be able that are essential for the development in Latin America and the Caribbean, not only as an access to, but also as a cultural practice. Uh, and it because it expands opportunities and it strengthens a social network. That's why we have a panel with people that represent different points in the ecosystems of reading and writing. Our panelists are here, and we're going to work with a very straightforward dynamic. We're going to have some initial questions for each panelist, and later on, we're going to have a conversation to be able to connect ideas. And Jaime, I'm going to start with you. In Latam and in the Caribbean, and to talk about reading and writing as development drivers goes beyond formal education. It also affects citizenship, public, and also to be able to build social networks in a regional context. And that has a lot of misinformation, and that has polarization and inequality. How do you see the role of reading and writing, including narrative journalism, to be able to strengthen critical thinking, citizen participation, and democracy? Okay, thank you, Karime. Well, the first thing that I would like to start by saying, it's that I would like to highlight it, that this is a very important meeting, because to be able to acknowledge a culture as an essential element, not only for the opportunities for economic development, but also for any human development. It's a road where we needed to find ourselves, to be able to find the cohesion points. There is something else that I want to highlight, that it's behind all this, in its languages, because the Spanish and Portuguese, those Iberian knowledge, with all the traditional that it means, that we are able to acknowledge each other and to be able to feel close to each other, especially in a world that it's isolating in blocks, or at least when the threaten, we can stop to threaten the fact that a potency wants us to become um, a focus for the exploitation of human resources and human resources. That's why this that it's a festival of ideas. We need to acknowledge that ideas, that a book it's essential knowledge, and that and also it has a lot of uh, places. And what can I say? What can I say that I'm the director of a foundation that was created by an author like Gabriel Garcia Marquez that has written some of the most important books. That the book is a source of pleasure, a source of growth, of moving around, to be able to go beyond the limits the limits to which we are reduced to. And we also needed to acknowledge in a foundation like this that was born because of journalism, that not only works in journalism, it also works in education, but also not only journalism but also education and culture. We need to acknowledge that it's very important that we adapt the vision of the strategies throughout the word reading and the critical understanding of texts, because we cannot forget that despite of the improvement of literacy levels in Latam, there is a problem of functional literacy that it's clearly identified. And I would like to highlight that one of the things that we need to acknowledge as well, it's the transformation of context. People use people use more video, and not only to for entertainment, but also to learn and to be informed. This is a phenomenon that we can see in the world of journalism this year. For example, we can see that the digital news report, that it's a global report, says that half of the people are informed through video and not they don't use text. And the other thing that we would like to highlight is that we need to adapt the vision and the strategies to the context this accelerated technical disruption that's been accelerated by AI. And this is something that makes us to think that, of course, we need a continent of people that has critical thinking. Not only are they capable of reading books, but to understand books, but likewise to understand that those videos and to understand that those content proposals that technology is providing, and that they seem to have the magical possibility to solve so many things. That's why what we have to do now, not only relating the book ecosystem, but also it's also the training of critical thinking. And of course, here I would like to highlight a strategy in a second round that we consider that it's important to get to that point. Okay, thank you so much, Jaime. And I'm going to grab this idea for us to talk about it later. And okay, and with very specific tools for the next steps. Claudia, I'm going to follow. And your next, Central America has, and it shows that a literal festival, more than a cultural event, it can be like a community for exchange ideas, to build identities in the territories where access to books it's still unequal. What specific strategies have worked to be able to transform reading into a living everyday practice and shared that goes beyond? And okay, first of all, I would like to thank you to be able for being able to get it together. But I think that but also festivals like Hey and all the other festivals, and that allows to work in a culture, because if we don't work as a synergy, it's not able to work. I think that we have to be very generous, and I firmly believe that for us it's essential to be able to create synergies with all the stakeholders And so also to be able to move in a territory. That's why we are a festival that was born in 2013 in Managua. Because of the political crisis, we have migrated and now we're an itinerant festival. And we couldn't have done this on our own. And this is something that we can only do, not only working with donors, but also with the local partners in each area. We have the practice that, for example, in each country where we do our edition, here it's going to be May year, we're gonna start working 10 months ago. That's why I'm from here in Panama, for example. We have Daniel that has been very important for local book clubs to be able to encourage culture, but also to get to the readers and the authors that we're considering bringing. And this is something like in Central American society where there's not a lot of book circulations, where it's difficult to sell books without being an expert, because we do have well-known experts. I'm just a cultural manager, and I think that this is a very important source to be able to have content, but also to be able to involve other key people as literal agents, editors, also local editors, independent editors, because Central America is willing and wants to do a lot of things, but we still need to know what are the steps to be able to strengthen and to be able to go into the literature big leagues, editorials. We have the big editorials have a very small presence in Latin Americans, and despite all the we have other authors that are invisible. There are not countries like Colombia, Peru, and Brazil that have a huge quantity of authors that publish. That's why it's crucial to have editorials. That's why we want to give them activities. And one thing is to train these people, but also to work with the libraries and with other entities that allow to strengthen the ecosystem of the book. And okay, you talk about to building a community around the books. In this very complex context. Okay, then Christina, now I'm gonna go to you. From the Hay Festival, we can see that written culture, it's like a global conversation, literature, ideas, arts, and citizenship from this international perspective. What does Latin American and the Caribbean need so that its written circulation moves better in the world without losing and without falling in simplified narratives about the region? Okay, thank you, Karine. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jaime, everybody. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, we've been like working in Latin America for 21 years, in Colombia and Mexico and Peru, creating festivals, ideas. And as Claudia Will says, it's for us, it's very important to have a joint collaboration in all festivals. We have a mixed economy, public and private funds, and we work with so many stakeholders in the book ecosystems. Mm, we have editorials with Fundación Gabo. We've worked a lot with Claudia as well. And what does Latin America need to be able to move their books around? I think that they need aid. I think that they need a very powerful editorial system. Right now, we have a lot of editorials that work in Latin America, and we require a lot of diversity in the editorials, a better circulation. It's very expensive to send books from one country to the other. There are so many customs in each festival. We invite more than 150 authors. We work through libraries to ensure the books, and sometimes the book triples its price because it needs to be imported. And I think that to make and I think that we need to create a series to help to translation. For example, all countries have aids for translation. and especially in the Anglo-Saxon market, that it's a market that if one author is published in English, it has more opportunities to be read in other countries. And something very specific, it can be that to see how countries in Latin America can in a very coordinated manner can help to have help for the translation to different languages so that and this would also help to the festival sectors, to the fairs, and to invite authors. I think that they're very interesting voices, but sometimes between in the fairs and the festival circuits, we need we need the book to travel. That's why we need an investment so that it's translated. And we, through the Hay Festival, create bridges between we can see that each festival has a legal entity. We have the full Fundación K Festival in Colombia, Peru, Mexico. That's why they have very deep roots, but at the same time, it's part of a circuit. And we create bridges. We bring all kinds of authors, and we also take Colombia, Mexico, Peru, and Latin America to Nairobi to get to Wales. And that creation of bridges, it's so important. And sometimes we bring authors that maybe don't have a published book, but maybe in the trip they may are able to meet an editor and an agent. But I think it's very important, and it's that I think it's the translation. It's very important. This idea, Jaime, that Latin America is able to share a language, a communication, but also I think that we live very complex moments, and we don't need it to isolate ourselves in tribes. I believe in the Republic of Books and Ideas, and also connections through translation and through contact, and to be able to create spaces to talk about, and also to be able to see all the nuances of ideas, because things are not black and white. And we need spaces to be able to understand the complexity of the reality. And I think that in the festivals and see each other face to face, it generated that exploration of the nuances of the things. And I think that it's very important that the authors are live voices, and that they participate in a dialogue, in a share. Okay, this is very important to share. Jaime, can you please talk about what stories are missing in the public space, and what type of cultural infrastructures as libraries, schools, um, that become critical? What becomes critical to to sustain this transformation of written culture? Okay, based on your question, what I would like to make an emphasis in what are the strategies that from Fundación Cabo that was created by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. What is what we try to promote it to be able to contribute to the renewal of because we start with journalism, but we go beyond. We even start from the idea of what Gabo would said, that journalism it's a literature genre, and I think that the first invitation that we feel that it's required and that we want it's to work based on our own reality. We would like to invite it to produce, to write, to create based on the investigation of our reality. And this is what drives the workshops, the training workshops that we do with journalists and with youngsters. This is what drives the contests that we do. And like the Gabo Award, where we wanted to find a lot of vitality despite transformations, despite the weakening um, of the economy of the media, despite of all the changes in the ecosystem, the communications, and the way that information it's consumed. It's incredible what's the vitality of journalism. We also work like scholarships, like the ones that we have with the Hay Festival, that it's like a narration. Of course, that narration is very important for us. And likewise, projects such as the yearly workshop of um, of yearly that allows us to bring a lot of nonfiction books that's done by journalists, and we talk about the youngsters, the invitation to write based on their own reality. It's based on the projects like the one that we have with CAF, which is my condo. Has Macondo has people that write to him that it's a contest, that we have children between 10 and 13, between 3 and 19 from the whole of Latam. And this is allows us to work with organizations that are independent organizations that work in an independent manner, but that it's working with public policies and working with national projects that I believe. And this is something that I say because I've had the opportunity based on this meeting. My next panel, it's that based on the studies about the national reading plans and also on the artistic education. And why do we believe it's that Latin America it's moving around? Of course, we have more countries, but it's moving around. And what we need, it's this coordination of all these policies and and good intentions with purposes. Something that we are missing, Karina, it's money. We need money. We need much more money to be able to invest not only in models like the ones that we're mentioning here, but many other models that we know exist and that happens at community level, territorial levels. And as you well highlight, it includes the libraries, it includes the incentives to for bibliographic references, and also education for that um, from the way of how we relate with reality that allows us to have a critical thinking. That it's another topic that it's still pending. My last proposal, which is my last proposal for the next round of questions, critical thinking. When you talk about public policies, and I would like to listen a little bit about what are the cultural policies, what are the reading policies, and okay, I think that Cristina highlighted a very important point about the relevance. It's that the public and private partnerships create synergies, and that they work together, because if not, they're not gonna be ample efforts that I can include. Not only the book ecosystems, but also the countries. I think that it's a very important, and especially in projects like ours, where I think it's very and I think that it's relevant that the topics are associated with what's happening outside. We cannot say, okay, the president of the festival says one can't write with an open drape or a closed drape. The open drape allows us to see how your narrative of how your story is relevant to what it happens. I also think it happens, and also in the case of the different generations of creators that work in our festivals, and also to be able to have in the rosters, we can have emerging writers, because it's very important that this is like a sparing head for writers that require this space to get known and to be able to exchange physical exchange. And we saw this because we all worked online. All of us were in Zoom boxes where we had to spend 20 hours. And back then it was very important because we couldn't go out, we couldn't interact, we couldn't take a picture, the selfie, the signature. But nowadays those spaces are so important, because but also It also brings the people that make public policies not only at the central level but also at the at the municipality level, because it's very important to be able to involve everybody. What Jaime says, it's important. Public resources in Central America, we don't have many countries that have a public funding for culture. Panama is great, and it's great how Panama is betting on becoming a cultural destination. I think that that's also like the Ministry of Culture in different city halls are promoting the relevance of culture and what it's programmed here. I think that this has a lot of things that there are different international corporations that are also betting of this, that are creating spaces. It's like a puzzle where we all have a framework, which is what we want to do, and everybody needs to fit. And this starts to grow in this space that we all want. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Cristina, you were also talking about the balance, because international visibility of high and also the local festival, and what are the trends that you see in cultural. And as I was telling you before, each festival that we do has a legal entity. So we are a Colombian festival, we're a Mexican and a Peruvian, the three that we do in Latam, and also and it's linked to our festival in Welsh, and we have agreements. We are part of a network, and it's a very important that the festival has deep roots in the area that it is, and it's the catalyzer for a festival to live a legacy. We require sustainability to be able to do it year after year. It's to work with groups, with libraries, reading books, reading groups, all that social network and all the cultural network that it's being created. But and that's why I think that we work with an international team and a local team, and we are able that to generate something bigger, to generate different perspectives. I think that, as Jaime will say, we needed to start from the roots, from the local stories, but we need to connect it to the world. I think that what Hay manages is a balance between topics, and also mixed with international thinkers, and also in the pandemics, because we all had to do online festivals. The interesting thing about the online festivals, what's the perspective? It was evident that each conversation is unique. For example, in Mexico, we invited Malala, and she was interviewed by Livia Cacho, which and that conversation was very interesting for all. But from the Mexican perspective, she landed Malala to the Mexican reality, to the challenges that the boys and girls had. And I think that the interesting thing is of that balance between local and regional. It's how we ask, how it's asked. And I think that this is the balance that we do: Mexico, Peru, and Colombia. Okay, for the attendees to feel included and represented in their festival. Great. Now I am going to open up the conversation amongst you to be able to connect the common points, and also the different approaches. And the idea is that you can do brief. We don't have because the idea. Okay, very brief interventions. I'm going to talk about reading as a global infrastructure, and balance and resilience. And if we can think that culture as a driver, and reading can be understood as a social silent infrastructure that sustains education, participation, and cohesion. And which are, what do you think are the most decisive leverages to be able to close access gaps? Public policy, sustainable public policies, investments, and the schools, and for or a new generation of cultural mediators. If we had to prioritize one of these things, what would you think? Please allow me to dynamite your we're missing something essential, which is what mediates a contemporary reading, that it's called the algorithm. And the algorithm, it's most of the people read through screens. Their reading, it's conditioned by algorithms. It's conditioned by digital, that leads to the delivery of data on the exchange of that reading participation and also information, and that creates scenarios that goes between the global and between local and global, and that of course they generate tools, but at the same time it generates the possibilities for the usage and manipulation. First, you were talking about misinformation. I think that we need to start to connect the idea, and therefore, um, I cannot let go by this festival of ideas to make a calling and to express my concern that what's at stake, it's the increasing risk that it's a cognitive claudication, and that we need to keep a society that reads, that thinks on its own, that has a critical capacity. And that's why my invitation, and I say it because I was able to observe that there are pre-AI studies. We can see that this new technology that it's added to the ones that comes are coming in really fast, and we already know about the geopolitical connotations. And this is what the next Hay Festival will do about all this new. And what I believe is that we have to adapt to a much more complex dialogue. And from the point of view of, we believe that we need to alert on one hand through journalism, and other to invite in the topic of digital rights associated to human rights and also cultural rights. And number two, I think that we need to work in what today it's called media and informational literacy, and that we need to preserve the independent role that is dependent by the possibility that we have critical journalism. And when I talk about, I'm not talking about journalists, I'm talking about thinkers, and I'm talking about setting ideas to circulate, and all those risks without being apocalyptic. I remember that we need to be able to work with platforms and technologies and to AI. We need to take advantage of that, but we need to study and to assimilate those risks so that we can work on some policies and strategies in a way to get together with the ideas and texts and the word that enriches the future of the people, and especially and for example, and that's my concern right now. Me, from our space, I think that answering your question, I think that we need libraries, educations, culture plans, but I think that from our spaces, from our cultural spaces, is when we needed to encourage reading for pleasure. And what we do, and to to make reading not like an obligation, but also like a vital accompanying process. And it's not the same, as you said at the beginning, it's not the same to read it to understand what we read. And the idea is to encourage reading for pleasure. It's one of the spaces.
Políticas públicas es fundamental, porque si el niño no sabe leer, no va a poder nunca poder meterte en este mundo de la literatura y este mundo que te permite imaginar y crear nuevos espacios. Y también va de la mano con Latinoamérica es un continente terriblemente desigual.
The terrible unequal society. There is a technology, but there is a community where it has only 2 hours of light and no energy. And so, how can carry that digital book? So, whether there is a light and not electric one, if there's a candle light, well, that's enough. But we need to understand what was being read. There is no unique recipes, and I think it's pretty important to consider the country where you work and the city where you work in, because it works for Panama City, maybe it's not work for other cities inland or small villages, because not all of them have the same access, and not all of them have the same privilege to read and enjoy the reading. So, Claudia, there's difference of regions. Can we say that is fragility? I think it's a challenge. I think that try to see everything as positive is a reality that allows us to be more creative and to build new ways of reach. I don't see that as a wall. I see rather it as a challenge, that, as a bridge that we need to cross and shorten that gap. So it's a challenge. But what opportunities are there? All of I think that it's pretty important that the Inter-American Development Bank is pretty committed with books, with hay festivals or cultural sustainable development. And I think what we need to do is to generate more pressure, because this is a sector that can be better organized, that can work better to achieve positions to transform, and investment, of course, is required, as we have said before, and cooperation or collaboration, as we said. I think that collaboration and cooperation presents an excellent opportunity. The idea of collaboration and to overcome challenges, to develop all this process, I think is matter of celebrating, to make sure that the conditions that everything we are proposing here really exists, and the book reach more and more persons. Very well then. So I think we don't have much time. We are reaching the very end, but before closing, I would like to thank you for your participation. A final idea, perhaps, that you want to express quickly enough. I just want to make a call to all of us who are here and those that are working for literature and creation of synergies. Because if you are working on an isolated basis, it don't lead you to anywhere. The idea that we take to festivals is that the only way that doing things well. If it goes well to Christina, I do well and Jaime as well. So it's a global strategy that needs to be supported by synergies and collaboration. Remember, Adelia is here. She works in a festival or manages a festival in Chocó, a wonderful one, educating children, and sometimes it's difficult for her to find the money or budget. So the support for that type of endeavors is essential. Or living literature, as I call conversations scenarios, and we need to produce a supporting network or synergies, as we said before. And with that, hopefully, if we cross our fingers and let see this festival repeated in 2027. Next year, actually, I think it's quite important. Uh, but culture and development, that's the big idea here. We want to invite you to Hay Festival in Cartagena in May, then comes Panama and the Central American Hay Festival in July, in Bogota, the Gao Festival as well. And Brazil, what do we have in Brazil? We have the International Book of Biennial in September. So that's if you book in advance, you will to get a discount. And the earlier March, yes, thank you. So I want to thank you all sincerely. Thank Jaime, Christina, Claudia, and yeah, for the clarity of the idea, the generosity you have shown here to share the knowledge, and of course to all of you, the audience, for being here with us. Many thanks. See you next time.
Es mi único panel. Hoy.
No, ella no. Ellos tres.
No, yo no tengo que estar girando.
Tengo una mesa bonita. Pero te busco, abajo hoy, ¿no? Abajo hoy,
Toca ahora. Y se conecta al audífono para que se pueda escuchar. Son opcionales. Son opcionales, si yo no quiero usarlo.
Les puede cambiar el agua. Les puede cambiar el agua y eso.
Claro. Luego tengo una. No, no, son cuatro. Ah, son cuatro. Jugador de... Conectas.
Gracias.
vale.
Ya estamos por iniciar con el siguiente panel.
Thank you. Welcome back. We are about to start our next panel. Okay, so let's start our conversation. Culture and territory, the multiplying effect of massive events and sustainable development growth. And we will have the participation of moderator Martin Alves, representative of the Argentina Association of Theater Entrepreneurs, accompanied by Vanessa Aragon, director of Hacker Films, Claudio Neila Bermudez, director of the Central America Cuenta Festival, and Daniel Greenberg, businessman and artistic representative, and of course, producer as well. Welcome you all.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, all, and thanks for coming. Thanks for being here to this dialogue slot that we are inaugurated. As an introduction, I would like to put you in context with the topic. We always refer to ourselves to culture, the big events, to big audiovisual production, the most important ones, as a place to identify ourselves, our people. So we always defend that as a caress to our spirit or maybe a place to entertain. But we are now to propose culture and massive events and as a truly engine for development. In as the pandemics, we think was many, many years ago, but only 5 years ago. And the cultural industry needed to sit down and look around because it needed to survive. And we discovered that we were in industry and not to shame ourselves of being an industry. We realized that we were an important engine, a powerful engine actually, that we were going to generate high quality jobs, both direct as indirect. And of course, we found out how our events represent our culture, especially when they travel abroad. A couple of examples of that. In Argentina, which of course is the place I know most in Latin America, notwithstanding I travel a lot across Latin America, gastronomy and restaurants reopened themselves in Corrientes Street. Once the theater season was also reopened, and the hotel peak occupation rate, the most important ones, are or take place when massive events are also happening, uh, or maybe when big rock stars visit the city, like Taylor Swift, among others. And that's where we want to talk about development, income, employment, jobs, and territory. And we want to end with that myth that culture, regrettably, in the past, it was considered an expense, but really it's a big investment that has a very important return at the same time. And even today, we are looking for tools to measure the impact of culture. But it's clear that it's quite important as an economy sector. Now, tourism during cultural events has shown to be pretty relevant, and as I said before, it generates many jobs, and that is one of the areas I interact with in events. By the way, also gastronomy and transportation sectors are involved in this. Any important event has a big impact, produces a big impact. And Ramiro Varesa is an important audiovisual producer, for instance. Productions in the territories has generated many jobs and have generated also an identity of the place where the event is taking place to show that to the world. And that is also impacting the tourism sector. And we will be talking about those tools. I have with me three persons that are quite important in the corresponding areas, and they have taken to practice many of these, and they can show us with clear examples how it impacting other industries, not only the culture industry. Vanessa Ragone, outstanding cinematography producer. We had films, winner of award of best foreign film because of the Circuit of Your Eyes film. Recently produced the successful Netflix series Trap. Shot in Bariloche entirely, has positioned the Patagonia as a tourist destination. and Claudia Naida Bermudez, director of the Central American Festival Cuenta, the most prestigious cultural event of the region that has visited several Central American countries. And she is a reference point in cultural events, in both international and local, and the professionalization of creative industries as a regional integration engine. And finally, equally important, Daniel Greenberg, entrepreneur, artistic representative, and producer with over 40 years' experience. He is a fundamental reference point of creative industries across the Americas, founder of Rock and Pop and other productions. He has led important milestones such as the production of concerts with Rolling Stones and others as the theater plays like The Miserables and The Phantom of the Opera. Vanessa, if you are ready, I can pose the question to you. Now, with the global success of Atrapados, Bariloche became, yes, let's say, like one more character of the story. Now, from your experience as producer, how can we design this visual identity of a location? So, besides being part of the narrative, it works as a tourism promotion piece capable of attracting international visitors. Thank you, Martil, and thank you, Kat, for this invitation. Well, first of all, when you said we shouldn't be ashamed when we talk about cultural industries, I come from the most heaviest industry sector, which is filmmaking. Uh, we need trucks, logistics, all sorts of electricians. And I remember what Orson Welles said years ago. When you talk about filmmaking, you're not talking about money, you're not talking about filmmaking, about cinema. I always visualize my activity as industrial and cultural activity, whether it's private or public, doesn't matter. And that is actually the core of my job. Now, in the case of Atrapados, Trap, I think it was a decision taken pretty consciously. We decided to go to Bariloche to shoot the film. Atrapado is a series that was broadcasted in Netflix. It had over 18 million uh, visits in seven countries and top 10 in many of those countries for many weeks. Um, Producing a huge global effect. And it's based in a book of a North American writer, pretty famous, Helen Coven, the thriller writer. The original story actually took place in New Jersey. So when the project arrived to us, we need to think of how to transfer that world of Helen Coven to our location without losing the narrative identity and the entire story, including, of course, elements that look alike. And Bariloche maybe doesn't look very much alike, but we were interested in the scale, so to speak, as from the story that we need to tell, a scale of a place where people can get to know each other, or the names at least. And Bariloche gives that impression. Bariloche is a city in the Patagonian part of the Argentina, a tourism spot that has many logistics facilities like international airport, international hotels, a pretty well developed gastronomy, and all that for a series of factors that we need to consider. But what to do so Bariloche is just not like the decoration. The issue was to integrate in the adaptation of the work, of course, the voice, the idiosyncrasy, the culture, the names. We never wanted to, let's say, leave Bariloche aside. No. The one fact about audiovisual contents is that sometimes they appear to be in places that we really don't know, that are not part of this story. We work on the opposite direction with people from Bariloche, with secondary actors, technical team, etc. We never thought about producing this in whatever other place in Argentina. It would need to be in Bariloche with the police of Bariloche, with the authorities, the local authorities, and mountain guides, etc. And that produces a differential factor. When you produce content, this world so full of content, If you show a place that has its own idiosyncrasy, images like look like a postcard, and we travel a very diverse Bariloche, by the way. Even for Argentinian was pretty new when they saw the scenes and landscape and uh, we were in the city, of course, and parts of the city that are not well known. Outside, of course, as well. But mm, in the marginal places, the cities, and all that, we built a credible scenario space for our characters, working with the locals, as I said before, and working with main actors that could, let's say, be part of the scenery and landscape. And it was also important to understand. I think about this all the time, that we don't need to put our working spaces and territories as the most important value. No, we need to give an entire value that the cinema can provide to with other places that has its own life. And I'm going to ask something about what you are saying. How difficult or what was the experience of working with a new place that perhaps the cinema is not pretty well developed so people can understand there that it was actually a work? And maybe, well, this was a kind of first experience, but there could be an opportunity for other, let's say, shootings that can, let's say, receive more of these teams no, that are going to shot cinemas there. Experience was wonderful. As I said before, logistics was pretty good. The start of the series, and all people of them were in Bariloche, and they look at me. I was well, kind of concerned because we were expecting a convoy of 30 trucks with all, no, but Buenos Aires is about 1,000 kilometers away from Bariloche. We need to move a lot of things. So actors were concerned as well. They were up and down, moving around. And of course, we occupy two full hotels. We pay for 4,000 nights. The reservation. It has good mobility because, of course, it's dedicated to tourism. So there are good transportation infrastructure and a wide variety in gastronomy and specific cinema theaters. It's not only a question of providing a catering. You need to go to the shooting place exactly at the times that we have scheduled for the breaks. And Bariloche had a pretty interesting base for all of that, logistics. So, first it was a decision around the narrative, and second was a decision based upon the infrastructure and facilities that existed. We need to carry the fiber optics equipment to take our equipment up to certain places, and so and of course take care of the material and equipment so it can last. We work with local producers as well, and even from graffiti drawers, a wonderful group, actually young boys um, that are dedicated to this art, and we call them and we make them pay them, and they could sign, of course, the work and show the work, not to conceal it. So that was kind of sensibilization work, and Bariloche has a film commission that is fundamental for, let's say, for any place that wants to be part of a scenario for shooting a film, and our actors were ready to go to talk to the people, provide, let's say, kind of more chat, small chats and conversation. We thought a lot of the work of all these people. We had many months of pre-production, many more than the actual shooting time, and part of our work was to connect with the people, with the place, and tell them what was the project about. Now, to end, cinema and audiovisual production are quite disruptive. When you have about 500 persons, and we end up, of course, being of interest to all, and everything, and we were pretty well treated, let's say. A link was created after being there for so many weeks with the locals, I mean. And you need to put in place all the equipment every time you are going to shoot, lay down the wires and cables on the floor, and people knew that was part of our work. And of course, a connection with this place where you were working. I have one question because And if you talk about that, I see how terrible it was with that. I mean, international production, a company like Netflix that demands so much and supports this type of crazy endeavors. And it's important that whoever produces this can, let's say, go for an international award. And it's good for this type of places to be part of that. Yes, of course. And before Atrapados, I produced many motion pictures. Um, Oscar, for instance, of course, gives the feeling that there's an entire ecosystem. Of course, it's pretty difficult for a moving picture to won the Oscar. It has a lot of, let's say, a lot of things that need to be working together in synchronization. There's a film that has been nominated from Brazil, but that continuation and that certainty that it's not only the producer or director who wins the Oscar, that we are all part of that ecosystem that grew up, let's say, as a result of public policies in Argentina. That produces a lot of comfort. And that I can invite international partners to an adventure like this. That's good because I won an Oscar, so they and they get pretty animated. Uh, Thank you, Vanessa, for that. And Claudia, now with you. Central America Cuenta has transcended the borders of Nicaragua. It became a regional event and it's now traveling from different places. How did it contribute to the literary festival? Let's say kind of a brand that invites the traveler to explore places, and it's part of the cultural heritage of our nations. How to build all that? Thank you all, Lucrecia, and to you for having me here, for me belief in literature, and for making me part of this conversation. Central America, and uh, you know, you can hear about the place where there are civil wars and hurricanes or disasters, but not so much with culture, notwithstanding it has some very important reference points, like Rubén Daría, Miguel Ángel Asturias, Sergio Ramírez, Cantano Moria, Peri Rosas, and filmmakers, like the case of Panama, for instance, they are. But for us, that's a reason of happiness and joy. Uh, to have it, to know that we are changing the face of Central America. Central America is not now the home of disgraces, but the home also of creation, and it's part of this conversation. So you are part of a more global scenario. More, and when I was listening to you about the pertinence that the local can occupy global spaces, culture, it's there, and that's fundamental for society like us, where creation is also fundamental. But apart from telling a global story, like in Bariloche, there was a global story, it was not part of the creation. No, it's part of the entire ecosystem. Central America Cuenta is for and by Central America. It's worth commenting that it's part of Central American writers as well. For and by Central America, where creators converge, not only filmmakers, but musicians, journalists, and others. We have today two editions every year. This year will be here, May, 18 to 23 May, and a second one that happened in Madrid in September, but now it will take place in two places, in Madrid and Barcelona. So little by little, we are gaining space or territory. Central America is much more than war, volcanoes. It's contributing to the global discussion. And of course, that is important because it offers new opportunities. As you said that these big names and reference in every discipline of culture, they are fundamental to open doors. If you didn't have a Cervantes or a Miguel Ángel Asturias or these big characters in Panama, like the Cataclo, or the names. But if not for them, it would be much difficult to go in. But it's also difficult, and I think in Central America that has been pretty unequal when we compare Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, the participation of women or the participation of other minorities that are fundamental and sexual diversity, the diversity of thinking. These people were strange to this world, and this story was not the global story. So I'm very happy to be part of this, um, be part of that. I have a question about the festival. Many of these events, many of these festivals used to go to territories, especially in low, not high season, but low season, where the hotels are empty, uh, not so seasonal. Is there a relationship with cities? Let's say when you decided to visit a city and decided to have an event that you, it's measured in somehow or some. In Central America, cuéntanos. Yeah.
que caminan con dignidad en el marco del segundo decenio internacional de los afrodescendientes de las Naciones Unidas, desde el Centro de Arte y Cultura de Colón, la memoria, la formación, la creatividad y el entretenimiento son nuevas posibilidades para los pueblos afrodescendientes. Aquí, las niñas, jóvenes, adultos mayores, artistas y todas las de la diáspora africana encuentran un espacio para aprender, creer, económico desde una perspectiva étnico-racial. Aquí articulamos saberes ancestrales con la creatividad contemporánea. Impulsamos el intercambio local, nacional e internacional, posicionando a Colombia, la perla del Caribe, como un
Qué lástima, pues era interesante lo que estaban pasando.
Pero le puedo volver a decir. A ver, no me ha muerto.
Well, yes, I know there was some music.
También era mucho más interesante que el video lo que estaba contando Claudia, pero vamos de nuevo.
No, te decía que en el caso nuestro sí hay
Okay, I was saying that
hace 40 años que se
that in Guadalajara we worked with global economies and how everything has been developed not only in physical facilities but also in the hotel industry, in the bookcase industry. It's an economic driver. That's why all the festivals and all the series where we participate the program itself regarding field. We all go to field and we get together and we start creating synergies. That's why another element, besides the economic benefits, is to be able to work together. It's a very interesting point, but as a director of an event of this kind, you in this kind have developed so many relationships to be able to keep growing. How are you able to accomplish this? So the culture, it's not only state thing, but today, unfortunately, in this times, culture is considered a cost instead of a high return investments. Therefore, what do you do and how do you accomplish it? I think that it's essential to be able to map, to see. That's why it's very interesting to be able to work with people that wants to their own thing. It's essential to be able to have partnerships with people with whom you share development because culture is essential not only for development, and that's why I think that a culture it's not entertainment. Nobody, it's not true. Nobody wants to read a boring book. Everybody wants to like it, but what I like, it's not what others like. That's why in the moment in which you have a translation that allows you to find a product that enables you're going to feel belonging, and that's why I think that it's very important because not everybody has the same resources, not only the city halls, all the not everybody has the capacities that Panama has, where you have where you have a minister that is working not only CAF but also that all initiatives that they have, and also but I think this is something that you can be done when you have an economy that allows you to invest in culture, but you have a poor country or an economy between you have to choose between a meal plan and culture. This is a very difficult junction. That's why I think that there are no collective recipes in the topic of being able to create a product or a production that it's related to local elements. It's what allows it to become global. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for being here, Daniel. We're talking about the impact of these types of events. You have massive events that are very relevant events. How do you do it so that that's a global? It's something that it's sustainable in time, and it's not like we see each other later. That all this network, that all this impact, um, remains in time. Okay, it's a mix of situations, and there is no and it is not replicable in the different areas because everybody has its own possibilities. And but it is true that that massive events affect other areas of the economy, either if it's transportation, lodging, internal transportation, etc. Yeah, I'm going to say examples of different elements, where there was a mixed element between when there was a public partnership. I'm going to talk about something very important in 2006 in the city of Rio that already had iconic festival that was called the Rio Festival. They tell a friend of me that it's called um, to be able to do a concert with the Rolling Stones in the beach. In this moment, we have the Stones that that uh, that have and this is done in the Copacabana Palace, and it's very important that the initiative of the whoever was doing this in Brazil, Ana Maria Manager, was a culture and tourism secretary. And that's why it was not by chance that she was looking that in times when where there was not a lot of tourism in Rio, and there were people we had and this is something that we have replicated with Madonna and with Lady Gaga last year, and it's also going to be able to do this in May. This for the GDP of Rio, and I'm not talking about high seasons, but a low season, and this it is able to increase 8 times. What, for example, in Spain, I had the possibility. I had a Disney, and for example, in Spain, I was authorized by Disney, and there were no rooms that could hold the scenic and the infrastructure that a Broadway show required. And the idea was to take the same level of standards of Broadway, but in Spanish. I had already done this in Buenos Aires, but over here, the consequence was what there was a lot of support from the community to be able to accommodate cinemas to be able to have the Seneca box. But anyway, and but based on that, the Beauty and the Beast and all the Les Miserables, etc. And we started to reform it. And nowadays, Brazil, especially La Gran Via, it's an epicenter of it's an epicenter, and as a matter of fact, we can calculate that more than 70% of people that go to musical shows in Madrid don't live in Madrid. Let's go back to my country, Argentina, Cordoba, just to mention, but also as we said at the beginning, and therefore we have the summer festivals. That we have something very important. And as a matter of fact, and therefore, okay, the idea is for this to remain through times, and also that we need to be able to see it in time because these investments are important because they're required for them to be continuous. The same thing happens in Buenos Aires with Lollapalooza, that it's replicated, but it generates a lot of tourism for the city. And therefore, these are examples. And when I talked about Brazil, I want to talk about all the fiscal incentives that enable to be able to do this type of events. About the things that you talk about, okay, what I know the last it's in musicals that they're not one shot. It's not a 1 or 2 days shows. They are like seasons. They last a lot of months. Do you think that this has an impact in tourism? Is there a dialogue with the government when it's to be considered, or is there any kind of partnership to empower this? Okay, first of all, as the state, it's very important for the state, and of course, there are investments that help us all, but to be able to have modified a scenic box that we did it for the Beauty and the Best, it wouldn't have been able to mortgage that. But what we did was a continuity. And as a matter of fact, that theater, the Lope de Vega, it's as of now, uh, it's been displaying El Rey León for the King Lion for 12 years, and also we have Nuevo Alcalá. It's not by chance what it means, what theaters and musicals mean as a tourism element in Madrid. For example, I do a lot what is virtual reality, augmented with virtual reality, and the most important investments are the helmets that allow for this. And if I needed to mortgage, the first thing that we did was by the economic group Acciona to be able to take El Museo del Prado. It was not going to be able to do it with one single option. However, having worked with a catalog allowed this to be mortgaged. However, it starts, and this is the other thing, it's that, for example, we're working with Kiops, the Egypt embassy was helped us out, and this is generating an impact in people that seeing what are the pyramids inside. They want to travel to Egypt. And that's why it becomes like a virtuous circle. And at the same time, for us, and this is a challenge right now to be able to produce our own content that are us. And as a matter of fact, we are trying to do the story of the colonization of Americas, but told by the peoples, and to be able to show what Machu Picchu is, what the Mayas are, and what were the persistent cultures that will also turn into a cultural and educational element, because we have a lot of schools. But the idea is to show touristic places as we were saying about Bariloche, and also about what Machu Picchu is, that it's fantastic. And this will allow that everybody understands what Machu Picchu, and they want to travel and go there, or the Aztec ruins that they can go to Guatemala or Mexico. I think that this 360, it's a very interesting, and I think that answering this is valid to have long-term policies and the thinking, because if it's not, it's a very short-term perspective, and it's difficult to recover the investment. Okay, here we have new trends, and you are always working in new things and rare things. When you thought about this new product that you're talking about, do you consider it from a perspective, from a cultural perspective, or do you see it from an economic perspective? Do you look for partnerships for that to be developed? How can this come to life? It's what technology promise. It's what we move. what happens is that once having invested in the helmets, we have the softwares. There is a common denominator that there's a common denominator that it's the possibility of generating money, because if there's no mortgaging of all those investments, well, it's not wouldn't be feasible. And I want to say I'm a businessman that wants to make money, of course, of my activity. I do understand that all these perspectives and all these changes about what's cultural consumption, because if there is a constant thing, it's the change of the cultural industry nowadays. For okay, nowadays for the movies, but the platforms are a reality. I mean, and within that reality, we need to compete between we go to the movies or come back home. The same thing happens. We all have all kinds of nowadays we have all kinds of discos through Apple Music, Spotify, or Amazon. We're able to listen to music that way. Therefore, what moves forward with technology allows us to be adapted to new times, because if not, you don't have the way to be able to be on the race. And it's also true that in the case of music, and because of this big diffusion that we have, once the diffusion is democratized, then we can have huge discos that go behind the algorithm. That's another topic, and it would be a huge panel to talk about this. But it allows that music consumption has increased. There is a generational crossover between families that go to festivals because of their experiences that we live outside home. That's why there's a huge dynamic of chain, and to interpret it, it's part of what the producer does. This is a question that it's for you, and it's a way to close down this talk. And how are we able with with the experience that you all have, with all what you do, what do you do to that all these things that we do, all these events have a real and long-standing impact in time, and it's not just a milestone when we do the production of the events, but that we are able to create work sources with the people that work in different areas, that we're able to have a dynamized economy, and that we know that it's easy. I think that it's necessary that we need to understand that the events themselves don't create an ecosystem, but we need to agree in how to generate new work sources, train and clear rules so that any investor wants to be able to fund different kinds of projects, and yes, and to be able to have a long-term strengthening of our activity. Cinema, it's a very expensive. Each product costs a lot, and that's why we need to have fiscal agreements, order, and an order that can be seen towards the future, that it's foreseeable. Daniel, I totally agree with what you say. We need to take into account that we are amidst a tsunami. Therefore, some industries are more affected than not, but we can see that AI is going to lead us to new challenges. For worse or for best, the thing is that we are going into do night dimensions that we need to be very clear so that this doesn't turn in the loss of jobs, and that the activity it's minimized, but I can see that cultural consumption, and at the end we have people, and as way as we give that we make AI human, and we make it as a tool, we're still going to be there. How do you see it? And I think that formalization it's a very important for import in okay, we have cultural entities that have clear fiscal rules that they have, and this is very basic, but for Central America, this is important, and also to stop making the industry poor. People say, okay, but if they're okay, and okay, why do you pay them a per diem if they not? We needed to see culture not only as a decoration, but what a country tells you, what a region tells you. And when we do this, we're going to be able to see how we produce because we are all producers, in one way or the other. We are producing, we're generating content, and we're contributing to the development. And that's why um, we have to go through the quality. And we need to see what's going outside because when you're in the hospital, you're connected to a machine, and that's why we need to connect. We need to also know what's happening, what they are producing, but at the same time, what they want to hear. If you ask me nowadays, what's my favorite book? What favorite book in what moment of my life when I read it, what was going on? But I cannot have a favorite book for all my life because we still have best friends and we need to think what's going on and of course with all the structures that are required and to be able to know that culture needs to be poor and that the creators need to be engaged, and we that are producers as well, we need to bet so that all the chain is strengthened, and this is something that benefits us all. Okay, saying what you want to say, I would like to thank CAF and for having invited us to be able to have this talk that makes us think, that makes us grow. And basically, I think that it's a huge responsibility from our industries, to be responsible, to understand that this is something that needs to be done professionally, needs to be measurable. And I do love that CAF that pushes on, but I would like that the industry and therefore, I do hope that the industry, with the help of all these type of events, see what's going to happen in the future, and we can foresee it instead of, and saying, what are we going to do? And that's why I really value what happened today, and especially you for having heard us and being here to help us grow and to show culture as something that it's a driver and not something that carries us our souls.
Déjalo por favor al lado de la mesa. El micrófono se lo pido. Sí, perfecto, muchas gracias. Muy buen partner.
Bueno,
Aló, aló. ¿Te escucha?
Rafael, encantado.
Please take your seats.
Bien, a continuación tenemos.
So now we have panel Territories of Art, Market, Collections, and Heritage in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Nos acompaña en el escenario.
We are here in the scenario and stage by Maria Luisa Alemán, Executive Director of Contemporary Art Museum of Panama, who will act as our moderator. With her, we have Antonio Murci, President of the Board of Directors of MAC Panama. Diane Sacramon, Senior Juror of CAF Foundation for Contemporary Art. Tiet Martino Costa, art collector and contemporary popular art, mecenas of Pinacothek in Sao Paulo, member of Latin American Circle of Guggenheim Museum. Thank you and welcome. Many thanks to all of you who are here at this time of the day. We have been called to speak about territories of art and the practices and how all that has been evolving when building heritage in whatever country. We are here with, as you know, with three special guests, and I will start by asking each one of you to make a short description of your trajectory, experience, and after that we will be talking about how each one of them, from your own personal role as well as your professional working role, have an influence in the evaluation of art and the creation of heritage. Liam,
About you more.
Hello, I'm Leanne Sacramoni, Senior Curator at the Fondation Cartier. And the Fondation Cartier is the first corporate art foundation founded in France in 1984. And we do temporary exhibitions, and we have a collection of 4,500 works. And we just moved into a brand new building that's 6,500 square meters in the center of Paris, facing the Louvre. It's a historic building that's been reconfigured by Jean Nouvel, who is an architect we've worked with for many, many years. So our activities involve, we exhibit art from around the world, all forms of art. We're very multidisciplinary, and we've explored other geographies as well, Africa, Latin America. We have a lot of Latin American artists we've promoted and exhibited at the Fondation Cartier.
Thank you, Leanne.
Hi, Maria Lucia. It's a pleasure to be here among all of you. And my name is Edmar. I'm from Brazil. I'm an art collector. I graduated in communications, but 12 years ago, I went to see an art show and I was shocked by it. And right after I left, I started research and an art collection over that theme. So now, 12 years after, I'm fully immersed in this life, and I dedicate myself to building and caring for this collection of what it's called in Brazil arte popular. And over the years, I became a patron of two institutions, and I've also collaborated with loans to different kinds of museums in Brazil and institutions abroad.
Thank you, Edmar. Antonio.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for being here. My name
Good
is
morning.
Antonio Mursi. I'm a collector, first of all. But for the past 9 years, I've been in the board of Museo Contemporáneo Arte de Panama. For the past 5 years, I'm the president of the board. So my involvement with art has been lately more institutional, maybe, than collecting. But the reality is that I keep on collecting for over 25 years now. And I think today, when I'll be speaking, I'll speaking from both views, as an institutional one and as a collector as well. And I've been collecting for over 25 years, and very different views and themes throughout the years. And in the museum, I'm very proud of the job that Marusia has been doing as the executive director of the museum. And I'll tell you more about our collection and our goals.
So, like you see, we have art collectors that are all also patrons. And then I think this is a very good starting point for our conversation, because we wanted to start, we had a discussion yesterday, and we wanted to start with artistic production itself. So everything has to start with an artist creating a piece. And therefore, what happens afterwards? How do these pieces of art enter what is called the dynamics of the market or the ecosystems of art? And in that case, I would love to learn from each of you, because you have both hats. In the case of Antonio and Edmar, you have an individual interest in acquiring art and introducing it to your collections, but also you support many institutions locally in your countries and internationally that also have acquisition programs. So in that sense, I would love to learn, how does that happen from your perspective, and you being in charge of, as a senior curator, and collecting much art that is not from Europe, but it's also from around the world. And you can start, whoever wants to start first is fine, but how does an art piece start to enter? What cuts your attention? What are the motivations? And you can answer with both hats, Edmar and Antonio.
Okay, so thank you, Maria Lucia. In my experience as a art collector, the way everything evolved, I would say that today it's more about the subject that I select before start making a collection or a kind of works. So I have a process which I did define which subject of interest. Then as to the research, I buy as many books as I can, go as many exhibitions as I can related to that theme. And then I do a whole list of rankings from artists which I believe are the more relevant for that theme. And I started looking for works of the periods of interest for those artists' practices that I find relevant. And this when the whole chase starts. And it's a very long process, takes time, because as you know, to buy art, you can find it at a gallery, artist studio, at an auction, and so on. So this is the process I've been doing for almost 20 years. Not at the beginning. Beginning was more what I liked, what I connected to. Today it's more organized. And I would say that the way institutions, at least those that I'm involved to, is very professional in that way. So you have the research department, you have the curators, you have the experts, and then you have the collection. And that collection is organized depending on which institution, can be by medium or can be by region or sometimes certain themes, but mainly by medium and region. And being part of those committees, I would say also the past 8 years, not only in MAC, but other institutions internationally, it's very important to learn how institutions acquire, preserve the works of art for their collections. So how do they enter, as you asked before, it can enter in many ways in my experience. And I was talking before with my friend Edmar. Today is a very exciting time because many artists and works that were considered maybe out of the canon or not part of what we consider art are being reviewed and put in perspective within the art collectors and the institutions. And the most classical one in contemporary art I've seen is those that really have a career dedicated from the beginning and doing things in a certain path that will allow them to one day be considered by an institution. And this is something that I tell many times to artists: be aware of which is the objective that you have. If you want commercial success, you want to be in institutional collections, you want to have institutional shows, you want to go to biennials, you want to be famous, what's the goal? And there are many ways. And but if you don't clear that goal, you might not get to any of those. That's very important.
Thank you.
Um, well, from my experience, my collection started as a passion. And I think that private collections and institutional collections have different ways of working and points of view. So since my collection is private, I started very freely, but also doing a lot of research, like Antonio mentioned. At first, when I first started, I really wanted to be immersed in this universe and understand who were all these artists and what were they doing. And ever since, from the beginning, I understood that seeing a significant group of works of each artist would allow me to perceive it better, to read it better. So that's what I did from the first beginning. I started to visit those artists. I started to visit the art galleries, the museums, and my collection was built from a lot of different sources because the artists that I collected wasn't very recognized. They weren't in important institutions. They weren't in important exhibitions yet. So I really had to build a group of works that could let me understand their practice. And that's what I did. And I could see that after a while, having this collection allowed some of these artists to have their first exhibitions in institutions. Two of them, Conceição dos Bugres and Madalena Heimbolt, had never had a solo show before. So after I put this collection together, they were invited to show their works not only in Brazil, but also out of the country. And that was something that I believe that was very important. Those are that's the direction that I took to build a strong collection of the artists that are more significant from my point of view. I believe that the institutions, they work seeking to show a broader vision of the arts of a country, I would say. I guess that's the main difference between my private point of view and the public institution. Yeah.
Thank you, Edmar. Liane?
Well, at the Fondation Cartier, we have been always trying to show things that can't be seen and it's the echo is disturbing, that can't be seen in any other institution in Paris. And we have also, like you, Edmar, opened up to artists who are usually considered outside of the canon of these contemporary art. We have many folk artists. I guess find them as folk. We were talking about that definition yesterday together. Folk artists. We have a large collection of art of different indigenous peoples from North America, Latin America, and Australia. We have also been open to all disciplines, fashion, design, architecture is very important as well. We had a major show of a Japanese architect, Yunya Ishigami, several years ago. That was very successful. Ceramics, textiles. And so our programming is incredibly eclectic. We've looked into geographies that other institutions in France have not looked into as in depth as we have. And so our collection is mainly made up of the works that have either been shown in our spaces in our exhibitions or commissioned, because usually we will commission an artist to do a piece specifically for an exhibition as well. And so our collection is also a reflection of our history. It's very eclectic and very diverse. It's interesting in that way. I think there aren't so many collections where 99% of the pieces in the collection have been shown actually in our spaces.
Thank you. I think throughout your sharing, we have seen how some art pieces enter the circulation in a way of the ecosystem intentionally and some enter unintentionally. Like, for example, Edmar mentioned like he was buying art and Antonio that he liked at the beginning, but then Antonio also had a change in starting to buy art intentionally, more structured, as well as the Fundación. So I would like to know what, once these artworks start entering the ecosystems by these acts that occur from a collector's point of view or an institutional points of view, and the effects it starts having, like you also mentioned, Edmar. Does this mean that we're already starting to create patrimony in a way and to preserve it? What are your perspectives on that?
Yeah, I believe that once the artist gets to be seen and known, we start to build a legacy, because we are really talking about visual arts. So every time the artist, even if he's not alive anymore, has the chance to show that work, it's going to definitely communicate with this public. And I see that from the collection that I have, that a lot of these artists were never known before. You know, I can mention the case of Madalena Rainbow. She was the cook at another person's house, and after 50 years of her death, she had never had a solo show. And whenever she had it, after that, it became to be known elsewhere. Like she was invited to several institutions. Here is Ana Elena Malé, who showed Madalena at MoMA a couple of years ago, but also she had a solo show at the Folk Museum. And I can say that once the artist enters this ecosystem, it definitely starts to share its legacy. And we can even say that it's a way of Latin America being shown around, not abroad, but also within its territory. Not even Brazil knew her before. Yeah. So that's what I think. Why I think it's very important for the institutions like Fundación Cartier to show these artists. If we don't have those strong institutions, things like that won't happen. Yeah.
Definitely, institutions and collections and collectors become kind of also as ambassador or promoters of the artist's career, but it has to be done responsibly. And I think that's also the key of the professionalization of the institutions, also of collectors. As part of MAC Panama, we have been very active, improving all our research, our reach an understanding about not only art, history, but also what's happening today in the world, what is relevant, what the tendencies are, the trends are, and this is key. So every action, every inclusion of these artists of any of these channels, it's a way of giving visibility to their career and their practice, definitely.
Thank you, Antonio.
Yeah, Antonio, I like what you said about responsibility. And I think, well, at the Fondation Cartier, we really see ourselves as, we like to use the word patronage, because it's not just corporate sponsorship, because Fondation Cartier, I should probably mention this, we are entirely financed by Cartier. All of our finances come from Cartier. We were the first, again, corporate art foundation in France. The French laws had to be changed, actually, to accommodate our existence. When we were founded in 1984, there were no laws that allowed for corporations to sponsor contemporary art. And those laws were actually written 2 years after we were founded. So our president took a big risk starting our foundation. And so we really felt this responsibility towards artists. And we've always tried to develop really close relationships with artists. And oftentimes we'll follow artists over their careers, and we'll show some of the artists we've worked with. For example, Sarah Z, who's an American artist. We showed her when she was in her early 30s, before she was well known. And then we did another show. Unfortunately, it happened during the pandemic in 2020 as her career evolved. And there have been many artists like that we've followed over time. And we've also tried very hard to bring artists who are not very well known, again, in Europe, in France in particular, to the attention of the French audience. And I'm thinking of a recent show we did. Maybe I could show, I don't know if I can show any slides, but anyway, Olga de Amaral, who is a Colombian artist who many people didn't know. Well, there's a Graciela Iturbide image also. We did a show in 2017. And her work, she had never had a really important solo show in France when we showed her work several years ago. Well, it doesn't seem to be working.
I think the left, the right side. Oh, pointed towards the back.
Oh, to you? Oh,
the back.
This way.
Yeah.
Well, I can't get it.
Well, maybe
anyway,
you can.
I'll just keep going. It's
share
okay.
with us.
So I was talking about Olga de Amaral. We did not suspect that a fiber artist, a textile artist, would have such an enormous audience coming to see the show of a textile artist, because until a few years ago, fiber art or textile art was the contemporary art world was not very interested in it, to say the least. And that show was one of the most successful shows we have done in our history in terms of audience attendance. So again, yeah, we're trying to act responsibly, bring artists, people, surprise our audience, bring artists that people aren't aware of to the public's attention, and then follow them throughout their careers and re-show their work. I think one of the few institutions that will re-show the same artists several times.
Thank you. I think if we start like zooming out, so we started from artistic productions, and then we continued with interests, individual and institutional, on collecting. So what happens when this body of work starts to gather and you start seeing kind of maps of what the culture of a place or even an institution or even regionally, how does it start to look like when you start putting together a puzzle, and And I would like to know from the perspective of patronage, maybe Antonio and Edmar, and then I'm going to change a little bit the question for you afterwards. Do you see yourself as weavers or constructors of patrimony, cultural patrimony in a way, but also the role you see it plays in regional connections as well and local?
Yes, no doubt. In my case, I think the moment you step out of your comfort zone as a collector and you're starting giving visibility to what you have acquired over time and have more interaction with other peers locally, and in my case, a lot of international because I've been living abroad for many years. It's key to those exchanges between different regions and experiences and what we have learned. And of course, artists are the center of this as practice, and also the roles the institutions play in these different markets. So yes, we're actively, and this is my case, actively constructing that network, hopefully in a good way, and it's very valuable. And the more people do it, the better. And I think this is why also institutions are so important, because it's a neutral playground usually. So everyone that is involved feels it is for a higher purpose, not a personal purpose. And together, and as the Rigoberta said at the beginning, when it's not your cause, but everybody's cause, things really work out. And this is so key for institutions in that way. And as a collector, behave well, be honest, be righteous with artists, galleries, and everyone, which at the end gives you a reputation, and that reputation helps everything around you. And I think that's very important too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that being a collector is such a privilege because it's not only about the capital you put into, but the time, the passion, the efforts that you make to construct it. And I believe that each collector can do a single contribution to what the art scene is. So as Antonio mentioned, the responsibility about it, I think it's very important, the way you dedicate yourself to, the way you do research, the artists that you pick to collect together. And that's what is going to build something in the end. And when I think about when I started, it was only a passion, but over the years, it became a full-time thing. I dedicate myself a lot to it, and I think that the institutions can really gain from the participation of more people. What we need is more people to be involved, more people dedicating themselves to the cultural scene, because the institutions itself are at the beginning an idea, and that has to be put together to work, to exist. And each collector can contribute by lending, donating, talking, and all this network is what really makes the scene alive. So I believe that it has changed over these 10 years. My participation was very small, and every day I learn so much and I have better chances to share.
Thank you. Lian, I guess from the perspective of the Fundación and what you've been doing there, this intentional acquiring of arts from different parts of the world, Asia, Africa, Latin America, is it in a way mapping also the diversity of France, and that's why it's so important to you as an institution?
Well, I think the idea was to really, again, be open to all forms of creation, all disciplines, all media, and also to again, surprise the public by having them discover art from other areas of the world with which they weren't familiar necessarily. And that, I think, to go back to this idea of ecosystem also, and collections in an ecosystem, I think what really moved me when we opened our new building, and in our new building, we've inaugurated our new building with our collection, that the Parisian public most of them were unaware. Our public was unaware we had a collection because our collection, we didn't have the space to show it. We showed it mostly abroad. And so when we unveiled this collection in October to Paris, people said to me, the people who are coming in from Paris and around the world said, well, here we see things we don't necessarily see in other art collections. And I think it's because our collection is a bit, to use a word, a bit quirky, a bit unusual. And also it has a unique place in the Parisian ecosystem. Because the works of art we collect aren't necessarily the ones that you see in the contemporary art market in the art fairs. Yeah.
So I think this is very important what you just mentioned, that not everybody has the same interest, and each institution or collection has its own objectives. And in that way, I wanted to talk about having a collection, if it's private, if it's private and open to the public, if it's public, like all these different types of sharing or not with the public, from a personal point of view in your cases. How do you share this with the public, or choose not to, and why?
I've been sharing as much as I can because, again, it's such a privilege to be a collector, and the best I can do is somehow give it back. So every time there's an exhibition that one of the artists that I collect is invited to participate, I will gladly share it with the public. I will host anyone that wants to know about the artworks, because that is really fulfilling. Whenever you go to Fondation Cartier and get to know a new artist, you have a better day. I had a teacher who used to say, you left your home, you saw something beautiful, your day is done. And I think that whenever I have the chance to do that to someone, to show someone a new artist, to share that with another person, that is really something that fulfills me. I think that that can be a mission for everyone in the art world. Every curator wants to do that, every collector. And I think that it's about gathering people together, to look at this new point of view.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of community creating in these acts of creating culture and identity. And Antonio, tell us about your experience.
In regards,
well, you have your collection in a corporate office building.
Okay, I understand.
And you also loan locally and internationally your collection.
No, sorry.
So like the motivators for doing that.
Yeah. So in my case, as Marcia said, some of the works of the collection are shown in a corporate offices. Even though it's a private collections, whenever someone wants to see it, I do a tour and I explain personally, if possible, about this history and the motivations and every aspect of the artists that are shown. But I would say that lately, I've been also loaning many works to other institutions, nationally and internationally. I think it's very important, as we were saying before, that visibility, and but do it in the right way as well. So I'm always careful who do you lend it to, which context, and what's going to be the purpose of it. No, I had one experience once many years ago where I lent an artwork from a street artist. I have some of the collection that I put together. One of them is the street art, and then I found out when I lent them, they were charging money to this exhibition for profit. I was very not angry, but like a bit disappointed. But anyway, it was at the beginning. So you learn also in the process. And I think you should not be scared. You should be proactive. And I'm happy when I see many initiatives also today that are maybe crossing some boundaries, but they're also helping give promotion and visibility to art, which I think is also very important to look for different ways of showing art. Yeah.
Yeah, and you also have other projects you have that are about promoting collectionism and
Yes.
also loaning art to other corporate spaces
Yes.
for rent.
Yes.
So I think that's also are interesting models of keeping the
Correct.
artwork or putting them in contact with maybe people that don't know about collecting.
Yes, I think it's, as I was saying before, it's very important to have different models. Sometimes we get a bit like square or hands tied, and we should not be afraid as long as we are transparent and we say things how they are. In the case of promoting collecting, yes, I only support many institutions, publications, auctions, as you know, and many benefits. I think this is very important as well. And in the terms of the other part side of it is having work in places where not used to be seen with certain purpose. I think that's key. Yes.
Thank you. Would you like to also share?
Yes, sure. I think the big challenge for us when we were unveiling our collection to the public was our new building has 5 movable platforms. And so it offers a completely new and kind of a revolutionary way of showing artworks, because we can configure the 5 platforms in on many different levels. And so we had to decide how the public would circulate in this space and which platform would be on which level. And this space offers, it would be great to be able to show just at least
We
one
can try it. I think we
visual.
have less than 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
So, but we
Yeah.
can try it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's our old building. Oops. There we go. That's our building that we just moved out of on Boulevard Raspail. And this is our new building, which is Place du Palais Royal. And you can see one of the platforms there. So there are 5 platforms and they move. And so the artworks, I'll go up to the last slide. I'm sorry I couldn't show you all of these earlier, but this is our new building. And so you can see the works of art, they can be seen from many different points of view. And the galleries aren't sequenced, so everything is really porous. And so when you're up on the top of one platform, you can see works of art from perspectives and that you couldn't see them from in a conventional type space. And so it's we ourselves are discovering our artworks from many new perspectives. And so I think that this is really interesting for the public to be able to see our works in this context.
Yes. And well, just I think we have like 3 minutes left. So I think we have more time then. So well, the last part of it was talking a little bit about the threats and opportunities, or the challenges and opportunities that you all have, or that you see that the ecosystem has, whichever you want to answer, in integrating better artistic productions, artists, supporting them. How does that is giving visibility to the public and inserting in some way in global practices, and how this is all sustainable in a way. No, I just wanted to know, like, what if you see threats or challenges and opportunities in maintaining this good or virtuous cycle going, or the other part?
I think that one is maybe not a threat, but it's something that happens quite often. Are trends, like fashion. That all of a sudden the ecosystem or the market starts getting interest in a particular practice, and that means that our attention somehow creates a speculation that many young artists or even certain artists of mid-career can get trapped into it for the wrong reasons, and might damage their career later on. I think for me, this is also that I keep very, aware as a collector, and also as an institution, because you want institution to be a leading one with their own thinking, their own proposals, and not just something, jumping on what a trend is. It's natural, but I'm always very careful, because having done this year for 25 years, you have seen many cycles of bust and boost, and I think that's one of that's threat, but it's something I'm very much aware of.
I think that if we can have a growing interest of the public, if we have like each time a broader audience, I think that really helps a lot, because I think that if we can reach more people, we'll keep this ecosystem going. We really need audience. We need exhibitions that brings the public in, because one thing will lead to the other. And I think that at least in Brazil, we are seeing now some different initiatives all around the country that are somehow trying to bring people closer. I think that that's what would really help keeping this going over the next years.
Thank you. Would you like
Yes.
to add something?
Well, yeah, I think, Edmar, you're right. I think that's really important to continue bringing in an audience to discover these artworks and new artists, and keeping faithful to our values as an institution. I think those are the big challenges.
Well, thank you. I think I want to personally congratulate you for what you're doing, because I think it starts from individual acts and sharing, and hopefully they come collective practices in this creation of communities of the art world. So thank you for flying in, Liana and Edmar, and sharing with us here. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Inicio al siguiente panel titulado.
We are going to start about the panel Cultural Investment and Territorial Development. We are going to welcome the moderator, Vinicius Cud, who is the Director of International Relations of Brazil, that is going to be talking about Sharita Grandamut, the project Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny in the Office of the Prime Minister of Barbados, Maria Eugenia Vidal, who's the Director of Culture and Education from Uruguay, and Claudia Sousaleta, who's the Secretary of Creative Economy of the Ministry of Culture of Brazil, Jorge Rodriguez, the Ministry of Culture and also the Ministry of Culture of Panama. We're gonna give the word to Emil Rodriguez.
Bueno, en primer lugar voy a ser bastante breve.
Okay, I'm gonna be very brief. What I would like is to welcome our CAF institution. And first of all, I would like to thank our ministers, the secretary, and everybody that is accompanying us today. For us, it's satisfaction to be able to have to be with you here because so we don't see we understand that to invest in culture, it's to invest in territory as well. And what we are going to see, it's a reflection about how we in CAF understand the topic of culture and what we wanted to support in the different countries. We have the honor to accompany many of the countries that are here participating. I have Minister Maruja and also La Casa de la Música that has an impact, and also in Costa Rica as well. And the truth is that we want to increase our support and our work to be able uh, create this vision of LATAM, where culture it's a development vector for the region. I'm not gonna go further on because the important thing is to listen to the experiences in the territory, and we can't forget about that, which is the support to culture, the support to territorial development and local development. On behalf of CAF, I would like to welcome you and to give the word to our moderator. And I do hope that we can get very interesting lessons learned about what we can do and to keep on replicating. Welcome all, and I'm gonna give you the floor. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here with such a special attendees. I would like to thank CAF for allowing me to be here to talk for a topic that for us, Latam countries, it's very important when we talk about the cultural investment and territorial development. And therefore, we have a panel that gathers public and institutional leadership with a lot of experiences in cultural policies. We have Costa Rica, Uruguay, Panama, Barbados, and Brazil. And it's a privilege to be able to listen to different regional perspectives about how can culture be a driver for social and territorial development. And as we don't have much time, I'm gonna leave time for our speakers, for all the speakers that have so much experience in sharing with us today. And I would like from the beginning to thank Maria Eugenia Herrera, the minister, for having been here with us and giving us this space so that we can share all this amount of experiences. I'm going to start with the minister, if you allow me, minister. This CAF Festival is an example of the coordinating role of Panama in the region, where it considers culture and cultural industries as drivers for development. How has the minister used investment in cultural infrastructure, as the case of the City of the Arts, to be able to transform um, the urban physiognomy to attract the people and attract the new investments? Go ahead, please.
Bueno, primero,
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for this space, for allowing us to share in this festival. And from Panama, on behalf of to this space, I would like to welcome you, and for me to be able to share this transformational process. The only way in which we can transform it's through the experience. And from the culture minister, when we decided to make the City of the Arts was in the year 2009, acknowledging that we had very old schools, but as time went by, or after 5 years, there were government changes, and that therefore you could see how the talent wouldn't develop as a whole. That's why I insist in artistic education, I insist in cultural education, and I insist on educational transformation produced by the country, and also tradition and family and friends, the community, and to feel, that sense of community. And for me, this is very important. And I said, okay, we need to do this. We need to do this. The meeting place, a social meeting place, because at the end, this is a repair of the social network. There are no, I mean, there's no way to do it. And the only thing it's to do is through a process, through a live process. And also because we all come here to do a unique, a special and transferable experience. And in that way, we can see the print of each country, the footprint, until we don't understand. And this is the analysis, the cultural analysis that we did back then, is the one that allows us to say, okay, we need to connect. We need to connect, even if it takes us 100 years. And to be able to transform a whole generation lasts between 15 and 20 years. And the youngsters never change until they're 25. And before they said 21. No, it's until they're 25. And talking about cultural topics, I really value the space. Value the space because we need to face shared responsibilities in different countries. And at the end, if we nurture each other, we grow. If we train each other and we talk about a formal occasion and and then to be able to talk about not formal elements. It's wrong. What it's not, deformed, it's deformed. And we in ballet and in contemporary art, we acknowledge the vertical side and also and that we can see that contemporarity it's round, but even that, after so many years dancing, we can see that the muscular tissue, for it to be flexible, uh, does it think, or it thinks, and it is flexible, and this is where it expands movements to be able to grow. If we give each other the product of generating our social network and to be able to share as a community with much more empathy, with much more resilience, to tell the kid that don't worry, that he's gonna be able to do it, and to have a lot of warmth, love, because to be able to educate a violin player and to work the land or to connect with the land or with the ancestral life, it's the same thing. It won't change. That's why I can say that the time it takes, and the other thing is to reconnect. We have we have the city of the hearts. We have we have the cultural centers. But we had 23 educational centers that are deteriorated. That's why we're doing a new nucleus that it's called the Heartbeats of the Hood, where we have a community. We have a vulnerable communities, but we're all vulnerable, because I don't like it to talk about that, because when one has a student, he doesn't need to know that he's vulnerable, because we all are vulnerable. Therefore, that if he grows, that he's in a difficult or challenging areas, we all live through this. We all live that, and whoever has it, we're on social risk. And therefore, as we can work as a community, and we can connect with art, we can grow, and the future generations can have a better space that do it better than we do, and therefore I can hear. Okay, the big task is to help those kids so that they have a better space, and that we can do it in a kinder way, so that they are more prosper and they have a state of wellness, because art that is deeper, we're talking about talents, and we're talking a state of wellness. It's better, better health, better education, better investment. I mean, to invest in prevention. And therefore, we are all going to be able to have a better world, a more empathic world, and we're going to have other tasks. Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you so much. It's inspiring you. It's inspiring to see this perspective of that it's a very integrated. It's wonderful how you explain culture as this flexible organ, as this possibility, as this possibility to structure, to structure for the whole society. And therefore, it's a very interesting point of view, because it's to talk about how the economy and has that dimension of affecting everything. It affects the future possibilities. Very interesting. And I think that this connects to something which is to think about territorial development, and from the point of view of patrimony.
Just to address our next speaker in the house, Cherida Granum from Barbados. And Cherida, I would really love to hear a little bit more of your experience in Barbados, in the office of the Prime Minister, in the Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny project, and how that project speaks about, territorial and social development in your country. So please, you have the floor.
Well, thank you so much. Okay, wonderful. Just a little bit of context and background in terms of what the Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny program is all about. It's really Barbados' national platform for cultural heritage, for innovation, and equally as important, capacity building. It's very multi-pillar. We're digitizing tens of millions of pages of our historical archives. We are developing the Barbados Heritage District, a 150-acre campus, anchored by the Newton Enslaved Burial Ground. And we're also establishing advanced conservation, research, and interpretive facilities, and investing very, very heavily in local technical skills. So ROAD, as we affectionately refer to the program, is not just about preservation, which of course is very, very important. It's about transformation as well. It's about using heritage, and it's about using technology and data as instruments of development and instruments of inclusion and renewal. So we've designed the program in a way to ensure that our history is not only protected and preserved, but it's actually activated as this living resource that strengthens our identity. It supports innovation, and it contributes very meaningfully to both social and economic outcomes. So that's the background to ROAD. In terms of the lessons learned from our experience in Barbados, I think one of the most important things that we've observed is that there's been a key shift away from treating cultural heritage as simply this passive asset to be preserved, and more as productive national infrastructure. I think that's an important lesson, especially for small states like ours, because for decades we've seen this focused almost exclusively on protection and preservation. And while that matters, what we have done is to ensure that, yes, we preserve, but we're also creating jobs at scale, creating opportunities. That you have to maintain that very important balance: preservation, but also stewardship and access and opportunity. What does that even mean? First, how did we get to it? We've invested very heavily in building technical capacity, and not just about building content. So the digitization of our archives could easily be seen or dismissed or reduced to just clerical work. In reality, at the scale nationally that we're doing this at, and at the extremely high global standards that we're doing this at, it requires advanced skills in imaging science, conservation, data management, quality assurance, you name it. And increasingly AI and machine learning. People don't typically think about these things when you talk about digitization, culture, and heritage. As soon as you digitize something, that conversation begins to expand, not necessarily shift. It expands to data sovereignty, infrastructure, and hardware. So you're not talking about, only the past and history and heritage. Now you're in the big leagues. You're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in investment and transformation that kind of shifts the game. The second thing we did is we reframed heritage as a platform for downstream economic activity. So once these records are digitized to these extremely high standards, they're then used to support genealogy services, academic research, creative industries, legal and land administrative reform, you name it. It's now data. It's now able to be analyzed. It's now able to be reapplied. All right. And young people in this context aren't only technicians within the context of the ecosystem. They are the ones doing the development. They're the researchers, they're the designers, they're the entrepreneurs, etc., building on these data sets. So for a small state, I think that's an extremely important lesson from our experience. How are we integrating cultural heritage and policy with all of the other variables of transformation, education, innovation, economic strategy? This is how we stop culture and heritage from being simply viewed as a cost center, and it becomes more this labor absorbing, future oriented sector, especially for young people. So I think that's the lesson I would like to share from more territorial experience.
Thank you very much. Please applause to our distinguished speaker. So, gracias por compartir con nosotros esta experiencia.
Thanks for sharing with us your experience. I think that to hear from Barbados was wonderful, but that underlines the importance and the challenge of have a good capability building program. As Trinidad and Tobago told us, to work with the data sensors to build public policies and work on projects. And from this point, I am glad to invite the next speaker, Minister Maria Eugenia Vidal from Uruguay. Minister, within the context of the strengthening of a creative economy or industry, more and more it's important to have tools, let's say, information systems to size the real contribution of the sector. But what role do you think data sets play, especially when it comes to the formulation of public policy, so that they can be quite effective, and how these instruments can contribute to assign a more strategic role and improve the better use of public resources? Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank CAF for this wonderful opportunity to exchange knowledge. So diverse that it is, and of course provide a good different views. Everything that's got to do with measurement and data sets is fundamental, I believe, to properly manage and to even to think about public cultural policies. And every time we talk about data and measurement, we need to talk about public institutions, and from there public policies and path. In Uruguay, we are working right now to have more and better data to us to better formulate our public policies. As pioneers in the time to change the energy basket of metrics back in 2008, the digital literacy with the Cepal Valley plan, back in 2005. 20 years later, I think this is the time for culture and creative industries to come in and be part of this public policy for development. Uruguay has a solid trajectory since 1990 when it comes to measurement and formulation of public policy. But there have been measurements that were not systematized or part of an information system. And that led us to, let's say, see that in the pandemics we had very difficult times just because of the lack of information, of good data, precise, accurate data, so that we can put the resources where they were most needed. And it was a good sign, a good warning, let's say, um, for government. And government unfortunately took that as a lessons learned, and we are working now in a double way. Thanks to CAF, we'll be having our first cultural satellite account, measuring first of all 5 cultural subsectors: audiovisual, music, editorial, visual art, games or video games, and other subsectors such as artistic education and other performance arts. So to know more about this sector. How can they contribute to the economic development of our country? And to complement all this, in the Ministry for Education and Culture, using their own resources, we are working with the University of the Republic and the fourth survey of cultural consumption. It was the first one in 10 years. So that is to say that we are working on both sides, supply and demand. What are sectors contributing with and subsectors are contributing with, and who are consuming or demanding and who are not even consuming. And we need to emphasize in those that are not consuming once we know the information about that. So we are really, let's say, working hard on creative industries and economy. We believe that culture is a fundamental baseline for the proper development of our country, for all countries really, and to have a good social inclusion. We all are really want that. Thanks, Madam Minister. No doubt, uh, it's part of development of our public policy and action at state level that is quite important. All our countries, I think, have the same need of having good data and develop satellite accounts so as to know the real contribution of creative economy to the national economy. Now I go to Minister Jorge Rodriguez from Costa Rica. Pleasure to have you here with us. And I would like to know more about how Costa Rica is promoting territorial development projects, but from the cultural point of view, and how Costa Rican investments are, they say, how are you helping the artists, the Costa Rican artists, so that they can help transform the reality of the country? Thank you. Costa Rica is a wonderful country in many aspects, but at the same time, it has been a country that has walking slowly in development of certain aspect. We are used that countries in the region have decentralized artistic production in the capital city, and that means that most people don't have access to this culture because they live far away or whatever. Since I arrived to the culture and youth minister, what we decided was to decentralize the access. What are we doing? Right cultural program. And that is to take all dance, music, gastronomy, all these sectors of culture, whatever, take them to the community and do intervention where they are most needed. Why? Well, because we can link, for instance, security, our civil public force does their own work when they are a conflict, and then we arrive with our artistic workshops, and we can, let's say, work and develop new talents as a result of that. But the community meets to enjoy this, especially places where the symphonic orchestra have never gone before, where the Ministry for Youth have never ever had a presence. To take a film to Cavallo, for instance, that are small islands in the Pacific Ocean, not far from the coastline. Uh, But they don't have electricity, so we need to calculate how much fuel do we need to get there so as to fuel an electric power plant and project the film. And doing that, we need to talk or involve a reliable partner. We have always had the support of OEA. It's a reliable partner, but also to look for another partner so we can start talking, let's say, what we are doing turn into a fixed permanent infrastructure. We cannot talk about cultural circuits or let's say work in the south of the country. We don't have a place where to show a film or an arts exhibition or whatever. We need to have the right infrastructure there. The 40% of the population lives in this area. Sometimes we don't consider that the young population need to be part of this for the right, good development. CAF was a good, reliable partner. It's the only one that dared to talk about this, to develop a project of creating cultural centers under management management model that allows them to be self-sustainable, allowing, let's say, that these spaces that we are creating will remain in time and do not become like a burden for the state. That's something what we are trying to do with the development of this program called living the culture. We have seen by experience that the people is willing, want to consume culture in their own place and not to travel far away to the capital city, let's say to San Jose. And it's good because we've got to, let's say, identify new cultural heritage to, to find out exactly what the young population want to do for their lives in the future. That's what we are doing right now in Costa Rica. That's nice. That's beautiful. Thank you very much, Minister. Now, this decentralization focus of culture, I think is something that is quite interesting to start with because it speaks about a good experience that Brazil has and is promoting right now. So it's important to consider this different realities. I know that my time is already finished, but I want to tell you a little bit of what we have learned. Since 2010, we have the satellite account, and we put it at disposition of all countries that want to learn from it. 2.2% of GDP culture is the 2.2. And we generate 1.2% of overall employment, and that, of course, is wonderful, I believe. Yeah, it's what we say in Brazil, how important culture is for the right economic development of the country. Recently, we produced a study about the economic impact of culture, and Secretary Fabio will be able to talk about this later on. And so I'm going to leave you with the Secretary so he can explain from the Brazilian point of view and from the Brazilian policy, recognizes creativity as an engine for development. That combination of cultural infrastructure, Secretary, please address that point. The funding and support of the people that live in the territory, how all that is going to put the economies of these territories in motion. Bom dia. I will be speaking in Portuguese.
Prestigiar a língua portuguesa, que é tão importante também para a América Latina, para todos nós que estamos aqui hoje. Grande abraço primeiro da nossa ministra, Margarete Menezes. Esse momento se prepara para assumir a liderança que ela tem no campo das festas brasileiras com o Carnaval. Estamos
Now, Carnival, we are just in the days before Carnival starts, and that's one of the most important festivities in Brazil, fundamental for society and the economy of the Brazilian Carnival. We still don't have the capacity to measure that. We still don't have the capacity to, let's say, know what is the real economic impact of the Carnival. That's the first topic that gathers us in Brazil for the development of the territory. The creative policy in Brazil that was submitted to the President of Brazil to bring in that fourth dimension that we believe is important, the symbolic dimension of what we produce, then the citizens dimension that involves cultural rights for us, and the third dimension is the economic dimension, fundamental, especially when it comes to produce wealth and the necessary data that are required so that we know the right source and importance of creative industries, a fundamental engine for the development of the economy. But I think we need to address the territorial dimension first of all. I think this is the harder one, the most difficult one. That's the big challenge. How culture reach the territory. Not only goes there to add value, but to regenerate the territory and do it that in a sustainable fashion. because there's a lot of social inequality in these faraway territories. These territories live economies that are based on extraction of minerals, of timber, whatever. Not very responsible, really, in respect to the care of the environment. And the creation of this national policy for creative industries, it could plays a role in that to substitute a part of this. And there's also the territorial dimension. And there are five words that I want to give in 5 minutes about what we are doing. I am the secretary of creative economies. It was the second secretary that, let's say, was born in the ministry. Culture is part of the ministry that was existed but is extinct now. But we are back in a democratic government, so as to bring culture and help sustainable development in the faraway territories and even cities. And this is strategic. This entails a development from bottom to top. All ministers here refer before to the territory. And we are developing in Brazil a typology called creative territory. Fortunately, I'm short of time to speak in detail about that, but I am at your disposition to tell you more about this. With all countries that are interested in knowing this policy for creative territories that we have put. It was born, first of all, uh, um, as a result of a Brazilian incentives law. Perhaps it's one of the main ones that we have in Brazil and even Latin America. Without going into detail in this law, but it is legislation that provides incentives. Incentives in the shape of reducing some tasks, especially when funds and resources of company goes to creative projects or cultural projects. And all this is part of the development of creative territories, policies that are actually set for the long term, longer than 4 or 5 years. This includes not only the carnivals or the festival, or we are more interested in supporting the territorial processes that are part of this ecosystem of creation, distribution, and commercialization, consumption, market transmission, and even the memoir of the culture. And for that, we require time so that we can offer a new way of development, not only the development of producing goods or services, but culture and creative industries is all part of this. And we are about to launch that in the Bahia Carnival. We will be launching the observatory. The idea of this observatory is to produce an index or KPI, if you will, about creative industries. Uh, this is mean there are more some territories that are more creative than others. So this KPI of maturity KPI is part of this methodology, and it's part of a set of other KPIs. There's not only one. There's a tool of that can give us right evidence and a picture of how creative industries is going on in the territory. It is actually a collaboration between territories. Territories for us is kind of a matrix that can be developed as a whole. Could be, I mean, a neighborhood, it could be a basin, it could be a small region, and we measure why one of these territories is more creative than others. One city is more creative than another, one neighborhood is more creative than another, etc. And it's part of an economy that is different from the traditional economy. The creative economy is an economy that is not hegemonic, it's fair, it's the it could, let's say, give the worker the formalization of his job. It combats inequality, is the economy of the valuation of biomass and the correct use of the territories. So, and that we can move forward in a sustainable development of national resources even and move to cultural resources after that. Our countries have two big richnesses, nature and culture, two dimensions of the third that we want to transform into a whole economy, an economy that needs to get closer to the ecology and produce a new ecological view. And that means that we need to, for that, we need to formulate a policy and a policy that creates that category for that territory and coach the communities that live in those territories so that they can develop themselves their own creative economy. It's really a productive scheme or system, if you will, and even export the cultural products coming from that. Fully committed with the interests of each territories and the makers of culture that live in these territories. We all share more or less the same problems that are cross-cutting, that are part of this dynamics. We know that creators receive as much as others that are part of this path of change in the marketing. Sometimes there are informal workers that live in very difficult conditions. So we invite you to get to know some prototypes of creative territories. The first one of them is the Cariri, for instance, in the north of the country, where we are standardizing on ideas, like building a prototype. And before we move into the policy scales, we need to work in the territory and get to know the territory so we can then formulate a project and bring in investment. This Cariri territory, 4 years, will be experiences a good development as a result of the development of these creative industries. And in that sense, we'll be stimulating, promoting teachers, teachers that would transmit to the students their interests. And maybe in 4 years, the entire territory is sustainable socially, environmentally, culturally, and politically even, but most of all, humanely. Many thanks, Secretary Claudia. I think that this panel we have heard of different points of view that underline the power of culture, the power of creative industries, creative economies in different areas, as we have heard. And that allows a more comprehensive development of society. We are talking about culture as part of a sustainable development agenda. I mean, that cascades down from the United Nations, for instance, Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. So for that, we need cultural public policies that are properly connected with the SDGs. And we have heard today a very interesting point of view that includes all challenges, policies, all challenges that affect and data and evidence. And territorial decentralization was another topic we heard of. We also heard about the development of strategies to promote creative economy. So I want to thank you all our speakers and guests, big round of applause for them, and to thank Maria Eugenia Herrera, Madam Minister, for the opportunity, for your presence here. Uh, enjoy your time here. Thank you very much.
Panelistas.
Many thanks to our panel members. We'll be taking a break. We will wait for you again at 3:45. Panel Gastronomy and Economy, the flavor that promotes Latin America. We'll see you back at quarter to
El sabor que impulsa Latinoamérica. Recibimos en el escenario a Ana Elena Mallet, curadora especializada en diseño moderno y contemporáneo y moderadora de este espacio, en el cual también participan Max Raide,
Moderator of this space, with the participation of Mark Ryder, entrepreneur and designer of the Andean route. Mario Casador, chef, and Ray Guerrero, chef also, welcome you all. Hello, good morning, everyone. Quite honored to be here with you, notwithstanding that I do not dedicate myself formally to gastronomy, but to the design, food, and also knowledge generated as from eating, and that's one of the things that really is my passion. So I thank Klaus Diacasarino and CAF for having invited me to moderate this panel. I want to tell you that we had an enormous loss during our way here because Taima Maraguara should have been here, and unfortunately she couldn't board the plane. Our feminine presence and also very important person in the resistance in the past. You wanted to hear her voice. Unfortunately, we couldn't have her. But we are going to speak about the Latin American gastronomy, not only as part of the economic development, but knowledge and resistance. Latin American gastronomy is today more than just cooking. It is a social fabric, economic engine, and a social transformation tool as well. from kitchens that are deeply rooted in the territory up to big company projects that have global reach, if you will. This banner proposes to think of gastronomy as a complex ecosystems where traditions, innovation, and everything is intertwined. I want to start by talking on how your work connects gastronomy, territory, and company entrepreneurship. At a point in time, the cooking stops to being a mere gastronomic experience and becomes a strategy for regional development. And when answering the question, would like to speak to you about your project.
Muy emocionante estar en el corazón de América Latina.
So exciting to be in the heart of Latin America in this wonderful event of CAF led by Sergio and such a team. And based on him, I have got a lot of friends, and that's why we've been here for many years, going over Latam. I come of a country that it's in the limit with the Antarctic. I come from Chile, and I am so happy to see before me the mayor of Patagonia that did so much effort to be here. And the most important thing, and I thank you for your, it's uh, it's because gastronomy it goes beyond its and therefore it transforms societies. And this is something that it's worth highlighting. In the case of the Transandine route, we are so happy of what Latin America is. And therefore, nowadays, we have so much to show to the world, not only about the products that exist in our countries regarding this huge destination that I think, and therefore, for many days, they go through a lot of so many places, and we'll feel so happy of the products that they know what Latin America can't accomplish the same thing. And although this is a continent that doesn't have 1,000 years of history as Europe, but also we have empires that didn't have borders, and what throughout all Latam we shared the products, and I think that this is very important to recover because nowadays in the Transandine group we are working and we are so connected, and throughout all our region we're so connected so that the new generations can know not only in also the different uh, and in the coffee industry and what we have generated throughout these years. It's to have this epicenter, and this is what we want to keep on. We believe in identity because Latam has a quality that I think that it's unique, which is hospitality, and this is something that we need to show. And in my personal case, I come from a family that we also focus on gastronomy of. It's called Casa Las Cujas, my restaurant that works with a lot of fishermen and women with a lot of, and for us, there are no hierarchies, there are no differences, but we also have the possibility to work together, and that this effort that they do in the morning to get to fix to be a so that people can eat in a restaurants, that it's a way of pride, and this is something that called us to this initiative, that it's that the Transandient route. And also thanks of all I was able to get to know Panama because Mario invited me, and this is something that I feel so proud of, that in this same room there are so many people. Thank you so much, Mario. It's our local player, and he is heading the micro group. Maito has shown that the local food can be contemporary, can be profitable, and at the same time global. How do we create a cultural identity without losing depth or sense? And first of all, thank you for your invitation. And I'm so happy to be the local player and to be able to talk about Panama and about how the gastronomic culture is a part of the growth of a city and how it contributes to the economy in the cultural area. And we have. and also in the restaurant, that it's also Vallato wants to strengthen that identity so that the people from Panama feel happy of their gastronomy, of even setting it ahead of any type of gastronomy that they offer in Panama. But when we are able to get some kind of guest or tourist that decide that the best option is to go to contemporary Panama food, and also to go to gastronomy, which is one of the best ways to teach the identity of the country through what we have on the table. And what we have in this stage that we are going through, and using the culture as a gastronomic and communication force, and to be able to create pride. And we can say how to seeing the story of a shaman and that found a pre-Columbian come, and that they found that they were filled with gold, and also, and it's totally cultural, and that sometimes the people from Panama forgets that there's a pre-Columbian culture, and we decided to go, and we were able to see that yes, that this was a very important tomb in Cheman, and we started to reflect why in this area, why did we have what did we have this areas. And when we are able to see what we have in the field, it's we started to reflect. We've started to reflect, and more maybe because it was a rich area. It was a very rich area, and that's why we started to think and about how to sugarcane. What can we do to be able to communicate to the country how important sugarcane is and what it is? And we were able to see that in Panama we had a distillate that it's from the origin is Panama, that it's been lost, that we lost the culture of eating it, which is called seco. And throughout all this, 3 months ago, we launched a new secum, a premium secum, because the secum at general, it's related to a very economic distillate, and I think that there is an opportunity to bring this category back to be able to talk about a product that's Panama, that the origin is Panama, and to create to create a pride of the only distillate of origin that Panama has, and to create a brand through gastronomy. Thank you so much, Mario. Ray, and your food comes from the Afro-descendant memory of the Colombian Pacific, and with your project Gastronomic Group of the Americas and the book that you recently published. Can you please tell us how do we transform as a gastronomy that has been historically marginalized into a feasible project without losing its cultural and political dimension? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation to CAF. Thank you so much for opening up this panel, and to set into context gastronomy as an economy factor, and the Afro communities. And right now we were in a panel, and we were able to see how they talked about culture and our culture, and how can we can do so that the culture can become the focal point, so that our communities start to be reflected. But I think that it's a very interesting that in the panel we didn't have the people that really contribute to this culture. I think that culture should be seen in a cross-sectional manner, not from a top-down vision. When we don't have stakeholders of the communities that are the ones that feed us from the culture, we still need something to do. And I think that politically, we can transform that when we start seeing it as a folklore, when we started seeing it and to acknowledge it, and that when we started to see it as a growth economy, when that economy and when and we were able to strengthen it in my case. And in my case, in gastronomy, it's not just flavor. It's technique, it's biodiversity, it's history, it's a productive story. And therefore, when we stop seeing the culture, the different cultural expressions, and uh, from here, we can see that the producers of the cultures are there. We stop making the potential that culture has in the case of the gastronomy to be able to move forward. And I think that the feasibility start when we add that value, when we add that value. And not only that's why it's not just paying for something. And when I pay for something, and or when I pay for seeing dance, as we saw this morning, I am getting value. But when I pay, and that payment gets to the communities of the Pacific, there politically, we can see culture as a way, as an economy for the communities, um, and we cannot seeing it in an extractive manner. We can see the communities as the managers of that culture. And in the case, once again, of the gastronomy, we need to see it from there, how I add value to an artisanal fisherman, and to a woman that has taught me, a sabedora, a woman that has taught me the gastronomic, or also of the Afro communities. And therefore, and that's why we can strengthen we can strengthen the economy of the Afro communities. And therefore, I'm going to go out of script. And because I have a personal curiosity, but also because I think there's nothing more visible in the world and the more commercial than gastronomy. And nowadays, giving the lists, giving the checks of the world, and the what we eat the most, the drink that we drink the most, the chefs and the cooks, and all the communities and the ingredients and the countries are being persecuted, like the one that we're reading the world, but also commercial. There's like a commercial chasing. And you, not only as researchers or project or cultural project promoters, but also as a businessmen, are subject to lists, and Michelin stars, the 50 best, and the foodies that generate an economic development. Yes, but at the same time, they extract, and we have a series of challenges to which you were not used for. How do we face this in a globalized and also this desperate to be able to eat whatever is required in the world? First of all, I'm going to talk about Chile, and I'm going to go to a Latin American perspective. As I said before, we are in the limits with the Antarctic, and therefore we're the last place in the world. And for us, it's very difficult that people are going to see us. and even Argentina, that it's a huge destination. It's the same thing in the case of gastronomy. People get to Peru, and after that, the Patagonia, that it's all people don't go there. And that's why we need to do a lot of effort so that the people get to know our gastronomy, our people, the wine, etc. And nowadays, it's that we are not a developed country with a huge expense to be able to position our country in the world. And that's why naturally, and any platform, either Michelana Best Chef, 50 Best, or whatever it is you want to mention, even CAF, and for us, it's a huge contribution to be able to visibilize. But if you go to Santiago, you are going to get to know a lot of chefs. But I think that the possibilities that you get to know the restaurants in Puerto Montt, that it's in Tacama, it's almost impossible. And I think that the only way that we're able to do this is, of course, making it visible. And therefore, not only I talk to you about Chile, I'm going to talk to you about Latin America. The ranking of the 50 best didn't exist in Latam, and there was a chapter called 50 Best Latin America, and we it opened up in many countries, and therefore, this is told all the food in our sessions. And that's why after when you can see and you say you see this and therefore, but if going to discussion, there are many questions even at a political level. It's a very, and some people can be a part of the Security Council of the US and of the UN, and they're still doing it. And therefore, I think is that we want to do it. First, we have to get together, and LATAM needs that. Not only the Transandine group. And therefore, why do we get those social deficiencies? And therefore, and what do we need? That the world comes where we are. And of course, they bring income, they come development, because if not, it's very hard. And that's why, although at the communicational level, it's very important. I was impressed. Therefore, I do know what it's to generate all this ranking. We also need to be fair that without these platforms, we would have been out of focus. And I think that this is something that we need to encourage. And from my point of view, that increase the line upwards, because if we are committed to go just to Latin America, we would be very comfortable, and we say it's incredible the food in Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, but we wouldn't compare. And this, in a certain way, it's what this platform generates. It increases the level. One needs to needs to improve the level, because I'm competing with Europe. We need to offer the service. We wanted that the people that works with us has the capacity to be able to learn other languages, Portuguese, English, etc. And this is something that allows that the people that works with us, for example, in my case, the fishermen with whom I relate, they have the possibility to be able to access better income, because this is going to allow it to grow. Mario, for example, has an economic group, and this is something that happens with a lot of things. Therefore, for me, gastronomy, it's more than entertainment, from because people will say, okay, let's go to eat, and it's more than a lifestyle. Gastronomy is one of the most important things in the world. But once Russia transformed, many countries, Peru transformed it thanks to gastronomy, because people in the past would go to Peru, go to Machu Picchu, and nowadays people were they go to Peru. What did they go? They go to Lima because they want to eat, and that changes your concept. And this is something that we need to be able into account to empower. When was Central America 5, 10 years ago? Nobody knew about this. Somebody knew about Panama, Guatemala, Colombia. The best chef. It doesn't matter what's the ranking. I mean, what does this mean? Because people say, I want to go to Colombia. That's the same thing that's happening in the whole of Latam. And therefore, I think that although generating news, etc., generating content, etc., but if we take away that platform, where are we going to be? That's what I think. Okay. When we talk about the lists, and I think that it's difficult to be able to say what's the best restaurant in the world because we all have different tastes, we all have different opinions, and although all these lists sometimes create controversy or don't create a controversy, they set us to say, because in other situations, honestly, when I started with my own restaurant, I did it just because I wanted it to generate a brand, to offer good food, and enough, and to be able to have the that we have the people, and that the food has to go a long time, and it has to be good, and that you feel that what you're paying for, it's reflected. And that's why we have all these new rankings and all these new lists that generate a pressure that it's hard, to consider. It's hard to consider that you are going to be the best restaurant in Latam or all over the world. And we have all these guidelines that, although um, and they scare you, but at the same time they contribute, because you can put countries on the map, and because you can set Latam as a gastronomic power. And I think that Gastomacudi, I think that what Peru did, and accompanied back then with Enrico Orbera, Brazil as well, with Atala, and they themselves created a communication that was like rediscovery of the Americas. Before, the European was considered the gastronomic force, and they wouldn't take into account the Latin flavors, and they would also think that. But they would thought that it was like native food, and they would see us this way, and they would consider, I don't eat this, and therefore we can see we give corn to pigs. These were comments that I would hear 16 years ago. I mean, we're not talking about that it was long time ago, because 5 years and 16 years ago was yesterday. And I do remember listening, how the most European thing, it's and not to appreciate these products, when nowadays wants to do ceviche, when to nowadays Europe wants nixtamalizar, which is it's an ancestral Mexican technique for processing corn. And they're doing an offer that nowadays, the number one restaurant, it's Latin American, and it's been and both of them are Peruvian restaurants, and it's like a discovery of the Americans. And that's why I think that these lists create a gastronomic tourist. They do move an important economy, and if somebody doesn't like the order or how, and the truth is that they are for the presidents of Latin America, and also for the economy of the region.
Hay que tener cuidado.
I think that we need to be careful with the lists, with this Michelin stars, with this 50 best, the best chef in the world. Although it's true what you say, that although it's true that it does help to optimize, and that it helps to s- to strengthen the gastronomy, so that we have more tourists to each region. And but also we have many restaurants in a competence that it's not very adequate, and that are one of the best chefs, and are considered the best in the world. All the process to be in the best in the world are very dark. There's no clarity in how we elect. Although we have a group of people, it's that this restaurant it's the best in the world, or this chef it's the best chef in the world. And there is no logic. There is no logic of a group to be able to assess that the group of several cooks to be the best in the world. And therefore, to that start to compete. They don't want it to work for a local group to be able to be the best, to be able to be amongst the best. But that competition, it's not through real preparations. That competition doesn't come through a local work with the artisan. It's just a competition to be able to be able to be considered the best of the world, and even and sometimes it's bots and making different like dark things. I'm not that convinced about this list because of how they're done, and many chefs, many cooks and do whatever they can to be a part of this list, and they stress just because they want to show what it requires, to be an award as the Michelin. And I'm going to talk about Latam. In Latam, they judge the 50 best based on a Spaniard concept. And when the way of serving, I'm talking about serving a dish. I don't say I'm talking about serving a dish, and because that's how I was taught. I don't use the word platar. No, no, no. I like the word to serve a dish, servir un plato, because they judge the preparation or the presentation from of how they judge it in Europe when we are in Latam, or in the case of some regions of the Pacific or some regions of Central America that don't have how to compete with. We are not Europe. We are Latam, and as a Latin American, we learn to eat our food from being ancestors. And although we cannot remain in the past, for example, this morning Rigoberta Menchú was talking about this woman that we admire so much. She was talking about that it's not that one wants or that one goes against what the trends. It's that we need to acknowledge that there is an Afro-cultural Latin American culture, or a Latin American culture like that. It's that we don't need to copy traditions, concepts, or nothing that comes from the outside. We are a wonderful culture that can grow from what we do in our territories. And that's why this lists, and I don't follow those lists. And we had these things of judging. Uh, I don't want to judge one gastronomy as better than the other. We evolve, but from the culture, we wanted to give value to our culture. The Europeans are Europeans. And we are Latin Americans. We're not Europeans, and that's why we eat big portions. We are in restaurants with our families, as taught by our grandparents, and that learning. And we don't make a big deal of the idea of sitting to be able to share. I think that we need to assess what since our ancestors, than to copy the things that are brought from Europe, um, and the different regions, and to keep on And because if I'm not there, I'm not there, and I'm not done enough. And I think that we need to rethink what are we doing to be able to empower all culture in the case of gastronomy, so that we can look outside and to say this is good for me, or who am I selling this my food to. Therefore, from my personal perspective, I don't agree with this list, and I think that they are like smoke. I think that they are science fiction. And as a cook, I do know and I do understand that people buy culture. And Europe, they come here to buy our culture, to live that culture. And we need to sell that culture as what we are. Oh, men and women that preserve their food traditions. A month ago, I won a literature gastronomic literature award as the best book in the world in Saudi Arabia. And they read that book, and they read it. They read that award. They read our cultural expressions, and they assessed them because they saw how authentic it was. And there were stories from our ancestors. They were recipes as narrated by our grandparents. And therefore, I don't think that I should change and the way in which I present my gastronomic proposal to be able to fit in a culture that never is going to accept us as equals. Therefore, to appropriate of our culture, it's one of the strongest ways to strengthen the proposals, our gastronomical proposals.
Destacar es algo que decía hoy Rigoberta de
It's something that I think is worth highlighting what Roberta Menchú was saying, something to recognize ourselves as Latin Americans, invent our own models, and I think each one of you have adopted and invented your own model according to your territory and according to your personal situation. Patagonia, Panama, and it answers to the circumstances that not necessary as the ancestors, the past, the predecessor, etc. That's an important piece of something we are living in this event to recognize ourselves as Latin Americans and recognize our own situation. And before that you have just described, I wanted for you to describe the Latin American scenario and how it's to compete with others. And so this that is happening, I believe, is just one positive point of view, the attention that is being given to Latin America. What could be the greatest risk? I'm not talking about the list, but actually the attention the Latin American cuisine and gastronomy it's likened as calling the attention of others. What would be the greatest risk, and what would be the best opportunity that this growth is really sustainable, inclusive, and true to our own territories, and of course to our own circumstances? Well, look, there's a quite interesting question. Everybody talks about gastronomy and products, eating products, but nobody is aware that they could be exhausted at any point in time. If we're going to what Mario Gaston was saying, there is a product called masha that is a sea product. It was famous in Peru for many years, but it was distinguished for 20 years now. They have it in Chile now, but it doesn't mean that it cannot be exhausted as well. It was interesting. I'm 44, by the way. I don't know. I am in the middle of my life, let's say. And to say that the younger ones they need to be aware of that. The economy is not only the extraction of that. We need to look at sustainability comes in gastronomy. Let me tell you about the land. Oftentimes people think that the land is it's endless. If you compare this with Europe and the products that exist, there are products that change completely the flavor. Its flavor, it doesn't have the same essence as they have in the past. We have today a brilliant future, but if we are not really aware, conscious of that responsibility, all these opportunities we are just talking about and described will end, and that is what is complex all about this. But talking about Chile, we have a strong fishing industry, being a quite good engine for exports, but it has been a cause for the extinction of many species along the coastline of Chile. If you look at the jurel, that's a type of fish, but to fish one jurel, many other are being fished and trapped in the nets, and that is what produces in me an awareness that perhaps in future we will have, are we going to have sustainable gastronomy in the future? That is the view, how I see this opportunity and this complex scenarios and how can we deal with them. Thank you. I believe that gastronomy, Latin American gastronomy, food, it's living its best time. As I was saying before, and now going back, I can't. Who is taking the best part of this? And no, I don't think that my restaurant is the best. Of course, if they give me an award, I'm going to receive it and applaud that. But all this has created a sense that we, as Latin Americans, that we belonging to whatever country we are, we need to consume the product of our own country very proudly. It's a reality that 20 years ago was hard to accept. In Bogota, let's say if someone went to a restaurant to eat African descendant, Afro-descendant food, maybe a Spanish restaurant, a French restaurant, or even an Argentinian restaurant. That was the common thing, but not to go to a restaurant, prepare Pacific Ocean food. It was not part of our own country gastronomy. We didn't consider that it was good that we need to celebrate a special occasion restaurant. Oh, let's go to this type of restaurant, not to a French restaurant. No. And that, as for the big cities, of course, surely, in the little villages and towns, it is what exists, and people have to accept it. But to be sustainable, for your restaurant to be sustainable, you need to create a good, put it in motion, the whole thing about how special your food and gastronomy it is, and depending on where it is located, you are dealing with a low, medium, or high income class. But oftentimes that luxury thing that we're eating was local, was not come brought from abroad. That's the case. If you said that we need to admire, it's local now, and every person and country is very proud of its gastronomic identity. If you want to go to Mexico, let's go to a Mexican restaurant. If you're in Bogota, let's go to a Colombian restaurant, food prepared by a Colombian chef. If you're in Panama, well, let's go to a Panamanian restaurant where there is a Panamanian chef. But there is sustainability in place.
Alto, ¿no?
Yo creo que uno de los riesgos que pueden haber en la visión global con la gastronomía latinoamericana, vamos a hablar de apropiación sin redistribución. Eso es uno de los mayores riesgos que nosotros tenemos a la hora de enfrentar todos estos procesos, que se apropien de los recursos nuestros sin que haya una retribución lógica, que haya extracción o apropiación de nuestros conocimientos, de nuestros saberes. Creo que eso es uno de los mayores riesgos para, para enfrentarnos, que el mundo consuma nuestros sabores, esos territorios. A eso nos enfrentamos nosotros cuando hay una exposición global en nuestra cultura.
And, and then there are also opportunities in this. That perhaps there could be many strategies for development. Properly managed, those development strategies can potentialize the different consumers, given the different cultural expressions of our own. But in this case, let's say there's a real support for gastronomy and consistent support for gastronomy, our economy can potentialize through, let's say, our own gastronomy. I was some time ago in Berlin. Ambassador was telling me that one of the big, let's say, economy pillars was gastronomy. Berlin doesn't have a gastronomy of its own. The gastronomy they have there comes from different regions of the world. But the GDP that moves the economy in Berlin is gastronomy. That means that they take advantage of the different potentials that exist in whatever region, and they bring it to the city and they propel to promote the economy. The same thing can happen in Latin America. We also have something important. That is, we don't have an influence here in our region that, let's say, overcome us. Yes, there are restaurants of different regions, but our own potential, is in our gastronomy. Yes, the time is over. And as for these potentials that we have in our own regions, it is there where we can get stronger and assume that global vision that is looking at us without having extractivism. Well, there's no extractivism because people from outside come and compare what they want and extract it from us. If that were real, we could potentialize even more all our own resources. Well, many thanks for that opinion, and many thanks to all of you for being here with us, for listening to us. I would have liked to open this to the public because I know that there's a lot of interest in part of the park, but you can take advantage of the island, the whole, to connect with others. Many thanks to all of you and to the organizer. Thanks to you for sharing with us. Thank you, excellent panel. Many thanks for your participation. Now, and for the next panel, we are accompanied by Virginia Vasquez, journalist, who will be moderating a panel to take care of the public, an important and interesting
Bien, a continuación, la periodista Rita Vázquez moderará el panel Ocuparse de lo Público, una conversación.
Thank you and welcome back. Journalist Patricia Vasquez will be talking with Carmen Aristegui and Juan Manuel Vasquez, writer and journalist, who will be talking to us about the importance of involving ourselves in the public affairs. Welcome. The floor is yours. Good afternoon to you all. We are living a time the word is moving around more than ever, but it means less and less. Misinformation, polarization, and the speed of public debate is taking place and putting to crisis everything we have been sharing. The facts, language, and trust. Now, it is in this context when we need to ask ourselves what is the role of the writer, the intellectual, and the journalist. It's not an academic exercise, it is actually a democratic need. What responsibility do they have today, those who work with the word, before the confusion, the misleading, and the weakness of what is the most common things? Now, this panel proposes a reflection on how the writing and critical thinking and journalism could and must continue having a good weight in public scenario, contributing to the building of citizenship, society, and taking them to an informed debate. I thank our panel members for being here with us in this conversation that is looking to find truth and formulate or pose necessary questions. Now, we are going to start the question with a panel for both of you. And for Carmen, first of all, in a context highlighted by polarization, misinformation, and the loss of trust in the common sense in one another, what occupies today the word written in the public scenario? Thank you, Rita, and thanks to all of you for being here with us. Juan Gabriel, it's a pleasure to see you in this scenario. Well, the word and whatever is public or the public is something that we must insist has been losing force. If we insist that the word has been losing space before the enormous amount of stimulus humanity is being subject to. But I believe that we need to reivindicate ourselves. I think it's quite the opposite. We need to tell each other that word continues and will continue to be a powerful tool for humanity. Let me tell you something that happened a few days ago as we talk about public speech and the public word. In Davos, in Switzerland, we saw a speech where the word was not a show, a video, or something entertaining. It was the word and the speech who took us to restate many things, or perhaps to say, I would have liked to say that speech myself. I would have liked to say what McCartney, Canadian PM, said, his own words. Speech, word by word, colons and semicolons, pauses and silences, everything that a piece of that sort can cause with planetary reach at a time where only the word could provoke what it actually provoked. So I must reinforce that the word, and especially in public scenarios, the word that has a good meaning for us is fundamental and cannot be substituted. And we saw that. And we also saw on the opposite side, the other word, can define very clearly, very precisely what is happening today around the world with a character, the president of the most important power in the world. When he says in 2 or 3 words, my only limit is myself and my morality is the limit. So you have a portrait of an autocrat, and it's something that he said in few words. So the word is something that cannot be substituted, and the word, regardless if we have, I don't know, whatever, end up being the human tool, the most powerful human tool. So I'm saying here before you, another word, whether private or public, excuse me for something that is obvious, but it's fundamental, the word. Well, first of all, many thanks to all of you for being here with me. It's a pleasure being here in Panama talking of such interesting topics. I am following your word, Carmen, but at the same time, I would like to go back to the causes of the answers that we are given, especially the answer given by Carmen Aristegui, because I think that the crisis we are going through, the world's going through, it's by itself a crisis of language, and that is manifested in different forms. The political degradation that has been led by Donald Trump, it is a crisis of language, a degradation of language, actually. I was thinking the other day, and another manifestation of that, especially concern, and I have a lot of love to speak for the metaphor, catastrophic metaphor, if you will, that invented by Albert Einstein, Oppenheimer, and the creator of the atom bomb back in 1947. So they invented a watch or a clock, the watch of the end of the world. I don't know, the doomsday there, well, exactly. It's a symbol where at midnight humanity extinguishes itself, or there's a universal crisis that leads to the disappearance of the human race. And every year, atom scientists meet to decide how close is the humanity to disappearance. In 47, they put the clock at 17 minutes 12 to midnight. And I thought that was serious, very serious. At 17 minutes for the end of humanity. But every year that is reassessed, considering the risk that have been lived at that precise moment. And at this very moment, last year, they declared the 90 seconds for the end of humanity, for doomsday. A few months ago, scientists met and decided to move forward 1 second more. Now we have 89 seconds for the end of humanity. And this is something that is not taken lightly. No, they give strong reason for which they believe we are approaching an irreversible catastrophe. And the three main reasons, the very last time they met, was atom energy, the atom bomb, the atomic bomb, global warming, and AI, artificial intelligence. And this last one calls my attention especially because we are moving in a world where it's moving ahead very enthusiastic. For me, that's I cannot understand that. To the implantation of an entire system of life that turns around AI, and that's of course is very much concerned for a number of reasons, and perhaps most of you know, but especially for one, because AI could be a mechanism of manipulation, of indoctrination and destruction of democracies that is incredibly powerful. And all that is based, and I'm going back to the beginning of my answer, in the language model being employed. Language models that are training the croc of Elon Musk or ChatGPT or Peter Thiel project or even Sam Altman project. Language models, all of them, that feed themselves of other languages to substitute realities, to misinform, to manipulate, and create polarization of all the topics we have been discussing today. So what we end up being or here is actually to explore the answers that we can give from our own understanding of the world. But there is another word in front of us, the word given by language models that produce misinformation and manipulation that comes from a form of power that we need to be very fearful of. Yes, definitely. It's more and more true. The words be taken away by the wind. It's not true. Now, let's talk or cover three topics. The first of them is the responsibility and work, the misinformation and crisis of the common. And the third one, ethics, power, and word. Now, my first question is for Juan Gabriel. What a responsibility, specific one, do writer, the intellectual, and journalists have when it comes to the building of democratic societies? Well, it's going to be published in 2 or 3 days. A compilation I did about the articles published in El País in the course of the last 5 years. And I have given my word, I mean the compilation of this 5 years of writing opinion comments, I given them a title taken from the Camus novel, The Pest. And the narrator asks, what is the job of the chronics? What is our job? And this novel says, the task is to say this has happened when the chronist knows that in effect that it really happened. It's true. It's that simple. I think there's nothing more difficult in our world, nothing that this has happened in this world of our own, where we are seeing images at the same time that come in every way, in forms, and there is a speech that is telling us you are not seeing what you believe are seeing, or what you are actually seeing. That what has happened, the violent takeover of protesters before the Capitol building is nothing else but a patriotic fact in a day of love. That woman that is running away from ICE armed guard is causing injuries to that agent that for she is deserving death. This is something that is happening today. In other words, machineries, more or less pretty well elaborate, that have made the people disbelieve their own senses. There is a fantastic word in the novel of 1984 by George Orwell. The narrator asks, well, the voice in the novel, Wilson Smith, is asked, how the party to keep in power the dictator for many years? And the answer is impossible, by convincing the people that what they are seeing is not actually what they are seeing. And that's why that narrator is saying all freedoms come and say 2 plus 2 are 4. And when that is allowed, the rest comes just by itself. It's a fantastic piece of powerful forces today. The propaganda machinery of the White House, you cannot leave it. It's a phenomenon of cynicism that I have not seen for many years. It go before our eyes and tell us that has not did not happen, and we are believing that. A good part of the citizens, the people, are believing in that sort of propaganda that really avoids the visible reality. And I think our task that all of us that work with the word as historians or journalists or writers is to say this happened. This has happened. And perhaps that is the beginning of a new way of resistance. Carmen, do you believe that there is a difference between these roles, shared responsibility, you know, with these characters. And also what Juan Gabriel has just said, the truth that has been built. We live that today. Yes, I coincide entirely with what Gabriel have said, but writers and journalists and persons like us that dedicate professionally to say, to speak about the things that we find important for others, well, at the end of the day, we coincide what with Juan Gabriel was saying. This has happened, whether we are talking about journalists, reporters, whoever, when it comes to assume something that you said, assume that responsibility. Responsibility fits very well here, especially when we observe and live the tremendous competition that is to attract the public attention. The terrific task of making sure that they turn back and look at the work being done by someone. And the contents, there is a gigantic number of stimulus, and more than ever in history, the social media, the different platforms to capture the attention, the public attention. That's a gigantic effort. And that's why we are seeing what we are seeing. And that's why we have really awful competition models that is obliging the generators of contents, journalists, and everybody concerned to fight for the attention with the volume of generators of contents, diverse ones, with whom I do not fight per se. I believe that this has a sinister side. The light side got to do with the possibility, as never before, that society can produce messages and that a person that is not dedicated professionally to generate contents professionally, even as a journalist or as a writer, maybe that person can generate gigantic audiences. They are called YouTubers, influencers, etc. Persons that have influence, yes, over society. And that has a powerful presence in society nowadays. And something that is intrinsic in humans, that is to community, affecting that. That is positive and luminous, if you will. But on the other side, we know that there's an entire industry around what we call social dialogue, where manipulation, the bots and the industry created to distort and generate a series of circumstances deliberately created to provoke a confrontation, the speech of hate. That is an entire industry what has generated what we have in front of us. That has dragged the generators of contents and journalists to a series of dilemmas. Because if you are not there in top of that, well, you can say it doesn't exist. We journalists do not migrate to platforms, models that are, let's say, mandatory to participate, and we don't exist because the audience is there, people is there, we work for these persons. And our job is for these persons to see what we are producing as news and reflections, etc. So we need to be where the people are. And this dynamics, devilish one, has taken us to dangerous lands, very much concerning. And at the end of the day, we are involved in a dynamics of ethic discussion, of deliberations, and even contradictions and divergences in respect to what is happening around. And what we need to do so that they can look at contents is something that is important. We need to how to handle. That's why the word responsibility here, it's quite good, interesting. Uh, I think reivindication also fits here. Journalists need to reivindicate what it actually means to be a journalist. That is to assume a set of responsibilities and to say, I research, I procure information, I contrast that, verify that information, and I decide what it is required us from journalist ethics to be publish my materials, and I am responsible for what I publish. And there's a big difference there. Persons can identify that. That's why when there is a critical situation, situation of emergency, something that perhaps traps the attention of everybody, I think, I believe, persons are saying, well, regardless that there are 6 million saying something about this topic, let's say, look what these other media is saying, or what is this other journalist saying, and it is there when we go back to the issue of credibility and responsibility, two fundamental factors that is the reason for being of a journalist and his responsibility towards his audience. That's why the autocrat governments have decided to no, we need to hit the credibility, we need to put in doubt the responsibility.
Las características que dan razón de ser a los periodistas.
Characteristics that give a reason to be to the journalists, to the writers, everybody. And that's why we understand all those people that live today, part of the world. We see them with the same script. We need to say we have to say that they lie, that they're enemies of the people. What we listen to every time. That's the reason of these governments that have been populating the countries, and that's why the reivindication of being a journalist it's so important that this goes hand in hand with what it's the responsibility of considering themselves that it's a very desperate battle, but we have to ensure it. Rita, if you don't please allow me, I do hope that you know we were going to change the planning, I'm sure. And therefore, okay, okay.
No, quería comentar varias cosas.
I wanted to talk about several things, but let's talk about that moment. Let's talk about the role and how do we do so that the critical thinking can be sustained without being silenced in a scenario as the one that has been described by Caro. Amongst my rupture of the order, you want me to be in order. Okay, then therefore, okay. And okay, you made me think about a couple of things that are extremely important in this conversation. And once again, one of them, it's when 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 we talk about the commitment and the energy that the systems that governs our lives or that inform our lives in also in polarizing, facing each other and poison our citizens, conversation, etc., etc. We see that there is a fantastic book that's been developed by Giuliano Tempore. That I highly recommend it, that it's called The Hour of the Predators. Giuliano da Empoli. It's a novelist, it's a writer, but has also been a government advisor. And that's why they have had access to certain information and scenes that have been very telling and that have the value of and there is something, it's that when he is accompanying an Italian president to a meeting with a guy called Alexander Nix that was the director of Cambridge Analytics. And do you remember Do you remember the story that the company that it's responsible for so many the lack of misinformation of 2016 and in the democracy crisis that we lived in 2016, and the failure of the peace agreements in Colombia, the victory of Brexit, the victory of Donald Trump. Everything was focused on this in the role of companies as Cambridge Analytics, or in this company in particular. And Giuliano, the Emboli, would say that this man, Alexander Nix, wanted to talk about the method that they were following and believing that they were in trust. And they were saying, okay, we are a different communication companies and we don't work as the one before. And if you wanted to sell Coke in a cinema, when you go to a traditional communication company, they're going to tell you you need to set an announcement, you need to place more Coca stations, and even need to have a bikini model. And that's what Alexander Nix to so that Coca-Cola sells. And we are not that. We are not that. We have discovered what we know. It's that the people buy Coke and because they wanted to refresh themselves. What have we done? We need what to increase the temperature of the room. And that's social networks, and they increase the temperature of the room of our social conversation. They don't face each other. They don't identify through techniques, through strategies that are very well measured and programmed, and they're able to identify the topics that divide a society, that face it, that cause so much conflict and stimulate them because they need because the good is the attention of the citizen, and we need to dominate it. And as we are humans, and nothing dominates as much our care as the conflict, the risk, the fear, and the lie. And what's the responsibility of the audience, the critical thinking of the audience? And therefore, this is what I think sets a demand and a responsibility, a huge responsibility in the hand of the citizens, because the role should be, in an ideal world, it should be because, bec- but our role should be like something that we do when we transmit information, when we need to care what we need to do and what we need to disseminate, an alert mind to define the what's real and what's not. But this experience shows that this doesn't. We don't worry about this. There is a book from 1992, from 1992, from Steve Tesich, not an I don't know, not where I think that statistically they talk about the post truth. And Steve Stechich was saying that totalitarianism have been trying to look for ways to teach everybody to successfully lie to everybody, but he was saying it's our society has proven that it's not necessary for them to worry. We live in a society where we are interested in being lied to. We're willing to accept a lie. We seek for the lie. We want our leaders to. The difference between the truth and the lie, when it's not politically profitable, when it doesn't respond to an alignment, that no longer worries us, and we worry the lie, and we worry about, and we don't like the truth. I think that I answered. Carmen, after what you have said recently, regarding what you have said recently, what are the risks when the word becomes into a power instrument? A little bit what you were saying, but beyond this, went beyond this. This leads a show. It's what Juan Gabriel was talking about. And the other thing, whether it's possible through mass media, through journalism, to be able to recover that social trust, either either through the trust of the audiences, through literature or critical thinking. And I wanted to make an emphasis because it's not just the responsibility of the journalist, but also the person that eats the news. But the answer has to be yes, because if we don't believe that, we have to be totally dead. If we don't genuinely believe that what you consider it's possible, because regardless how much adverse the landscape is, how deplorable the context is, it's also true that we know and that we live from circumstances where people, where citizens, where the individuals that are part of our citizens are part of our cities and countries, we express through the words, and there is evidence that we are alive. Because if we stop at what Juan Gabriel said about this lady in the US that wanted to leave from an ice and she was shot, or the nurse that was totally that was murdered, and that we have the official speech saying things and a half, trying to convince the world and a half that it was a danger. And thanks God that and that the ice agents almost got shot. All of that got a reaction, and that's what I've say. Of course, that's why people understand that, what people know about the scope, talking about the big mirror, that it's the US, but we can talk about so many cases in our countries, because when people see abuse, success, and this is expressed, there's a phenomenal light, because people express, and they can in one way or the other generate a modification of something. In this case, also talking about what the planet is observing with horror about these deportations, and this arbitration acts of ICE against thousands of people in the detention of a 5-year-old, or a guy that they take out in Bermuda shorts below zero. All of that we're observing with horror, it's being expressed on the street, and that people are expressing with words, with sayings, with what is happening here, because this is an enigma. And we can see there are going to be an elections. We're going to see if there is going to be a punishment for the governing body or not. We don't know, but at the end, it's the society itself that it's expressing itself. We do know that the war, or that the battle, it's unequal. How many people that are subject to manipulating messages, that are assuming that it's true. I don't know of a potential universe of 100. I don't know what percentage believes this story, and what percentage protests. It's very complicated, because we do know, and it's part of our human challenges, and of the part of the challenges of the civilizations. We do know that many of our beliefs and what's happening today, it's the reinforcements of judges and prejudices, when we need regarding to what we use in social media, and what happens with human beings, because we don't know that reinforcement of our own message, of our own beliefs, of what we want to do, everything that it's helping to reinforce what technology reinforces, it's distorting and it's dynamizing the values of democracy, of pluralism, of the contrast, and to be able what the other person thinks. There's a phenomenon that when people leave from that uniformity to which technology is condemning us, and they say that we don't agree with this, that believes that the humankind is there, that the criticism, that the condition of the human being, the abstraction, subsides, and we need to do it possible so that it keeps on working. And that's why it's very important that the writers as Juan Gabriel exist and write and publish their books, and everybody reads them, and that we journalists do research, and that people find out. We need to do it permanently. We need to bet on that. I don't find another way out. Juan Gabriel, from this panel, we have been able to conclude that the word still has a very important weight in the public space. So what specific areas should we assume whoever writes, whoever research, or whoever to conclude?
De Chekhov.
There is a letter from Chekhov, a Russian writer, where he says he stops from an accusations. He's accused that he's accused that in his stories he doesn't defend a cause, and that nobody knows what they think, and they say, okay, this is what I think. I hate the lie and I hate violence in all its shapes. And then he writes a beautiful paragraph about the things that he admires, that the talent, health, the body, I know, as Sancta Sanctorum, and freedom. And once again, he goes back to the beginning and he says, freedom of all violence and of all lies. And I think that this is what we have to process, we have to chase in our writings, in our positions that go beyond the written word, and our presence in this that we call a social conversation. I think that this is a model. This is a model where we don't tolerate the lie or violence. And violence, it's also rhetorical violence. And it's also the violence from the platforms, and Amazon was right when he was saying that about the prosecution to journalists, the prosecution of journalists by new fascism, the new extreme right populism, as Trump, as Milei, as Viktor Orban. And their common point is to destroy the credibility of the journalist, because the journalist is the one that highlights, the one that points out the corruption. And the worst thing about what we are seeing right now, it's that there is a partnership, a very fruitful partnership between this new populism and especially extreme right, but not the only one, and also the technology plutocrats, because they have an agreement that satisfies them both. And it's that the plutocrats of technology, they want a world without rules, without limits, that nobody censors them for sighing, for lying, for encouraging violence from the social media. And they can sell the populists a political message, control of the citizen, a war against the objective truth. And we can say that politicians can offer the plutocrats of technology that deregulation that they need, and that's why Trump and JD Vance are embarked on the sabotage of the the European Union that wants to regulate that's why Trump declares war on the judge of the Brazilian judge de Moraes, that once again they find X and for several unacceptable behaviors from the Brazilian law. And therefore, there is a part that doesn't require regulation, and another part that it's interested in citizens' awareness, more that has more mm, that are more vulnerable to lie and fear. The agreement is perfect because we need to sabotage as we can with attitudes, with citizen attitudes, with attitudes that award the truth, dialogue, the tolerance, all those words that seem so overused and that they punish violence and punishment. This is what we need to do. But I not only talk about the people that work with the written words, but also all of you, the citizens. And I can't sit in this panel without with Karen Aristey and therefore the people and who now if you want to and now it's okay they were wrong if you think they're wrong if you think that in this time misinformation it's not a marginal phenomenon but also something that erodes trust that distorts the public debate and weakens democracy. In this context, the word it's not innocent or neutral. They can clarify, but at the same time, they can confuse. They can build the citizens or they can contribute to its fragmentation. With the noise, manipulation, and the speed of the rigorous word, a responsible word becomes in a resistance it's not just to produce content but also to defend the content and the truth as common good. This panel reminds us that the crisis of the common it's also a crisis of language and of trust. To recover the weight of the word in the public space it requires commitment. And in this way, there are a lot of things to do in our panels. Thank you so much.
Excelente conversación. Muchas gracias a nuestros.
Wonderful conversation. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Juan Gabriel. Thank you. And now follows, we're going to have a panel that is going to talk about the relevance of
Ahora sí, damos inicio.
Now, once again, welcome to the panel called Language It's Renewed. We're going to have Daniel Dominguez, who's a journalist and the moderator of the panel, along Mari Grueso. Welcome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. And before initiating this dialogue, I would like to give a very brief context about the relevance that Mary Grueso has, because she is the first. Okay, let's start by the beginning. She is the first woman in being part of the Colombian Language Academy. She was a writer, and it was Tora Castellanos in 1978. In 1924, the Colombian Academy of Language included for the first time in its 154 years women that belonged to ethnic peoples. It's the teacher, the Afro-Colombian, the teacher Mary Grueso, acknowledged by her work regarding oral tradition of the Colombian Pacific, and also on the professor and translator and researcher Barbara Muelas, who unfortunately couldn't be here with us. Mary was born in Guapi, Cauca, and she belongs to a family of slaves. She teaches Spanish literature, and also she has published a dozen of children's literature books, amongst them the El Gran Susto de Petronila, La Niña en el Espejo, and in poetry, she has El Otro Yo que si soy yo, El Mar y tú, and Negra soy yo. And I would like to everybody, let's give a big round of applause. Mary, how do you turn in a writer, in a reader? First, orality, because I'm a woman that comes from the oral tradition. That's why I'm an oral woman. How I become a reader?
Adelante, adelante. Adelante.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah. Well, from the oral work to the reading happened because in the home of my grandpa there were a lot of books. So I started to read because my sister, my mother, actually my aunt, was a teacher. And because my grandpa decided that he had to educate and raise me, so I lived in my grandpa's home and I started reading since that time. But basically, I am an oral teller of tales. Yeah, you work for the children's literature that you incorporated Afro-descendant characters, but it actually was thought for a broader public. How do your students really recognize themselves in the works they've read? Well, it was telling to their written work. And my students could they were reading. That was actually the exercise that I
Educación no nos tenía en cuenta a las personas negras para
and they were not part of the educational program. We were in the classroom, yes, we were learning about the culture of others, but not our own. They were not in the books, they were not in the syllabus.
llegan a una fiesta sin que nadie los ha convidado. Entonces,
And When I was studying, when I was a student, the tales that we learned and read was yeah, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But Juan Vito came much after that. We started to read Pombo, a local writer, and so that was the type of things that we studied. But I went on to be a teacher, and the things continue to be the same. And I said, this is not possible. We need to change. And I start to write in the classroom texts where my students were the stars, were the protagonists of the stories. The names of my students were the names that were transplanted to the tale, to the story. That meant that my students were the best in that school. And the culture secretariat of the Valle del Cauca department recognized me in 2010 as the best teacher given the pedagogical teaching method that I was utilizing in my classroom. And from there comes the story. Those books were not illustrative, you know. They were created. They put the names of the best students that I had with that month. And from that point onwards, they became. Later on, asked myself, why to draw, how to illustrate the books so that the children, the black children, could look at themselves in the stories, even that whites could see themselves in the stories. It was like introducing the Afro-descendant literature from the very classroom. Let's be ready about this project of manufacturing dolls, because you need to then or confront your students with the reality and the color skin. Yes, well, I first wrote the poem called The Stories of the Black Doll. And I asked God for a doll, but he didn't send it to me. I asked for that doll so much, but no, I was ignored. And when I told my mom, he said, ask hard to God, and I knew, but I think he didn't listen. I asked for that in the morning before sunrise. So maybe very early he could listen to me first. I wanted that doll to be of my own color, like chocolate color, eyes and skin, black as coal. And what I was asking, I said, a black doll from heaven, God is not going to send you that. Look for a rag and make your own doll. He asked me. And I started to cry, and I went to a corner to cry because I wanted that doll to be of my own skin color. My mother, in anguish, uh, got pity of me, and she made me a doll. Very nice, beautiful doll, as myself. So I wrote that story, and then I wrote a tale, and then I said, let's represent that doll. Maybe you look at me, and I carry this doll with me almost every time, because adults never told us that we couldn't play. We stopped playing. It's a decision we made it for ourselves. But I carry my dolls wherever I go. I have it right now, but I always carry my doll with me because the black doll for me is kind of an icon where black girls identify themselves with a toy that has its own identity. that toy resembles really what that girl is. Mary, if we take into account the difficulties and the challenges to incorporate Afro-descendant, let's say, stories and narratives, official ones, so to speak, what do you think are your institutional challenges that you need to overcome to have a greater presence? We, the blacks, we have had hard times, as you perhaps know. We need to show, we need to demonstrate with words and facts. Yeah, with words and facts that what we are showing, what we are doing is good because things do not happen just like that to us. It is really working hard, fighting, and, and what we do that we believe in is good. Otherwise, we cannot convince the other one so that can see that we have the power, that we have the need to demonstrate because we need to do it. It doesn't matter if I am a good writer, provided if uh, you believe it, because it's kind of comparison of myself with others, and if you don't like it, uh, what I do, well, it's meaningless. So you need to find a way to reach that other person so that he can see and appreciate that what you do is good, has a meaning, has a value, and is a part of what of the literature of this Colombian nation. Now, from your own experience, what is that? How is that other challenge? That is to have a presence in editorials and stores. Yes, that's another very important and uh, for us, the black community, for us, the blacks, it's not easy because editorials and bookstores do not trust uh, what we write. They say, well, actually, they said in the past that Afro Colombian literature was not literature. It was more of a folklore. And I don't know why folklore is kind of in the basement, really, and it's not at the right level as literature is, at the level literature is. So it was used maybe for social meetings to tell stories in family dinners or maybe at school or yeah, in ceremonies at the end of the school year. Yeah. So I have to stand up in stages and centers and to show with facts that what we do is really literature because we use the same elements that the most famous and the best poets and writers utilize. Thing is that we start from scratch, from our own side, working on our own culture identity, where we come from. And why? Well, because we need to show where we come from, who we are, so that the others know what is this all about and where are we located, where we live. For you to know where I come from, just play a bumbo, a marimba, what's about kunumbo, musical instruments, and you see how my body starts to move and shake, and now we go and find my skirt. Uh, take a piece of sky, I make with it. Uh, Tie that around my neck, and maybe you learn that it comes from Central Africa, but I was born in the America along the Pacific coastline. So some people then say, "Oh, but that's folklore." But I'm using literature tools. I'm using literature figures that I'm showing, telling you where I come from, who am I, what I do. in the best and nicest way possible. The Afro-Colombian teacher is from the periphery, is not in the middle. Well, what a trouble this is. This cannot be, I said, and I decided to write poems like where I come from, they asked me many times. I am a black woman from the Colombian Pacific coast, where many rivers run down from mountains and sing. And they go to the sea, but in that along the way they provide men and women with water to drink, and birds and albatrosses fly and fish, where the rhythm of the drum is sound and the timber is used and the rain knocks your window to awaken you, and the waves and the sand, it also is part of your life. Where sun smiles to the wind, and stars in the dark night, it serves you to guide yourself, and they shine over the water. And also, when you go to holiday to these beaches, and who can tell me that is not literature? So I have had to stand up in front of many people, not only Colombia but outside Colombia, to show that what we say and tell is not folklore. Even though I come from the Pacific coast, and we have the wind, the drums, the sand, and the sea, all those elements are part of my social and cultural environment. But I'm bringing those, and they become part of the other literature of the Colombian regions. So the group, or the different words of writing and making poetry, constitute a block that is comprised by different regions, and altogether is the big literature, the big culture. And they are blocks because we are not all equal. We are different culturally wise, and that is the way we write literature and poetry. Difference is that we start with our own region. One day in 2024, Mary answered a phone call. She was told, "Are you standing up? And if you're standing up, please take a seat." And it was an academician, a scholar from the Colombian uh, Spanish Language Institute or Academy, and she told Mary that from that point onwards she will be a member of the Academy. And Mary sat down, and then rises up very happily and asks grandson to to toast. So what it represents, all you're saying emotionally, what it was to go into the academy. Well, that day, uh, he likes to drink this. It's kind of a juice, but mixed with a soda, orange juice or soda. And I told him, brother, look for another cup and give me. Let's toast with that beverage you like. And I think it's one of the biggest achievements for me as a writer, as a teacher, as a woman of the Pacific Coast, to uh, be able to be part of those spaces where normally we have been denied. After 154 years with the Colombian Spanish Academy was founded, and the first person, black person that is part of that is not a gift, is actually the result of methodological process. And they have looked closely and they concluded that other regions with other voices deserve to be a part of their academia, or the academy. So for me, that was pretty important for the black communities. In many ways, they manifest that to me. They really uh, uh, appreciate that I was appointed a member of the Spanish Language Academy in Colombia. You don't do things to resemble other things. No, you really want things to be real.
Mire, y en ti se reconocen millones de afrocolombianos.
Many Afro-Colombians and Afro-descendants recognize you as, let's say, a part of them, and also the ancestral languages that you speak are part of this. Uh, have you found in the academy any change in that exercise of making more visible your language and literature and everything you present for the Pacific Coast? What a change in what sense? Well, you are now a new voice. Do they listen to you, hear you, appreciate what you have to say? Yes, they have listened to me very carefully. So people say this is bad, but that's because they don't know it. But once you get to know what it has been said it was bad in the past, your way of thinking changes. The narrative now becomes a new one, a different one. So, to what extent do you think that someone like you, Barry, or Barbara Muelas, that unfortunately could not be with us on this occasion, could be kind of open door, that big window, so other voices that represent the deep Colombia have a presence in the academia? Well, with Barbara, we made the most important job, and that is to open the door. Once the door is open, I am absolutely sure that with the work we have done so far and what we are doing right now, we will we are preparing the ground so that they continue to look at native literature and black literature and the value it has and learn what they are really missing. So they need to bring in these persons that represent the black literature. And really, all of us is what make this nation the great nation it is. So I hope that um, there will pop up other Mary Gressos and Barbara Muelas, and so that they can also be part of the. Have you thought about the symbolic capacity, so to be? When you write books, protagonized by boys and make those with the black that represent the color of your skin. So it's beautiful that any girl, black girl in Colombia, see you and can say, I can be married tomorrow, the teacher, the writer, now the academician, the scholar. Yes, and I have heard that opinion. Girls that dress up like me and they read poems and they even write poems. They said, I am Mardi Gras, so I can go to sleep very happily, forever even, because I will be present in the heart and the sentiments of all those who read my works. Not only in my country, because I have exported these black dolls to other countries. And not only in Colombia they read my text. No, uh, degree, thesis, and projects have been uh, made based on my work. It was that, well, because they have found a different way of doing poetry and narratives that was not there before. And I think that's quite interesting because the differences is what makes beauty. Do you think that this type of decisions and acts of justice, meaning that you are part of the academia representing the Afro-descendants, could change positive a certain aspect of society, and not in Colombia, even in the world, that really look at the people depending on the color of the skin? Yes, and that is actually happening right now. As I said before, oftentimes because of lack of knowledge and awareness, you may criticize and say, I don't like that, but you haven't heard, you haven't read what it's all about. I don't know that person. Well, they don't know it, so they don't like it, but that's not the right way of doing things. You need to read what that person is producing. Now, once you read and hear, your perception changes. And that is what it's all about. Persons that don't like literature, Afro literature, or but once it goes out, if one person has convinced others that to read literature produced by blacks, but taking advantage of that circumstance, what authors, men or women, do you recommend us to read? Well, there are many authors. I like Marta Góngora, for instance, that has been kind of author that really had impact on me, from Guapi as well as myself. It's important for you to read him. Now, there are many writers right now. Uh, William Mina, for instance, another one. Uh, it's, Domingo Cabeza, another writer, another Macarami. Yeah, many people that write. What happens is that we have faced difficulties with the editorials, the publishers, because they publish the books of the black because the blacks don't read. And I was in a meeting with a series of publishers and editors, and why do you publish the works of the black? And they say that's kind of losing our money because they are not known. And those that know it, well, very few, and didn't buy the books of other blacks. So that's why they did not invest in publishing the money or time make publishing the works of the black. And tell us, how was your first day, literally speaking, when you went into the building of the academia, the first meetings? Well, that was wonderful, spectacular, I may say. The day I arrived there, mm, I was accompanied by black, mestizos, and even whites who went with me. Fortunately, uh, I, people from many ethnics like me and love me. I mean, regardless of the color of the skin. My negress, she or he goes and gives me a hug. I have seen you, I have heard of you, just like that. So, regardless of the color of the skin, I know that I'm fond of them. Uh, recently, a scholar from the day took possession of my membership. He came from the U.S., and that that day was kind of funny because I have a relative, a 12 years old, Camilo, grandchildren. They said, Grandma, do you start it? No, I haven't, but I'm pretty nervous. No, I don't accept mistakes from you. Please pull up yourself. Don't be nervous. So, as we say here, birds shoot into the gunshots. The- and what represent, let's say, when it comes to a dialogue conversation such as CAF festivals, that we have the presence of Afro descendants? Well, we are opening spaces, as we said before. People is appreciating our work. Spaces where we didn't have a presence before. I'm very thankful to the organizers of this event and all the persons that got to do with the organization put in place this event for having considered my names and the names of many others that I have seen around. They are let's say, spaces and scenarios that we have present right now, but we didn't have it before. And the fact for that, the truth for that was because we didn't value and because we didn't realize we need to work hard, double or triple, to show that we are as capable enough as the others. So these spaces are being fought and won in fair play, and we are this to show that we can do it in the same way or equal or even better than others. So pretty happy. On 16 April is the Mary's birthday, and the Municipal Council of Buenaventura decided that every 16 April will be the Day of Art and Literature. How do you receive that? I don't even know. I don't know what to say, or how to live that. The only thing that is true is that that is another important achievement for me, the same as the membership of the academia. Because in doing that, I'm guaranteeing that once I depart from this world, I will continue to be in the middle of you through what I have done, my name, I don't know, before and after I die, you will continue to study about me and speak about me. Every 16th April, schools need to prepare cultural events, and they need to plan what to do on 16th April. I think that's wonderful. That's one of the miracles that God has given me, that gave me the opportunities. Uh, Now, looking backwards, all the achievements, all the wonderful trip you have to live with that little girl that listened to the father reading stories and tales, and you live it in the home of your grandpa. Sometimes I think, no, I never imagined that. In my life, I never imagined nothing like this. I always, I know the only thing I did, and I'm telling you this, is that whatever you're going to do it well. Because not even playing, you can do bad things. Maybe one would do that better than you, but you need to do your best. I started to write poetry because I lost my husband. That loss was important for me to unleash my anguish, my sadness, and look how far has taken me. I started to write in the classroom so that my students could see themselves reflected like in a mirror, but in the book, and see how far it has taken me. And one thing is taken me to the other, and now when I die in 16 April, if they plan, they will remember me.
Sí, adelante.
¿En serio? ¿En serio? Oiga, pero ustedes, ¿no? A ver, hay un poema
that reflects poesy is always going to tell us something because that's an expression of our feeling. There is a poem that says that I hadn't been born in the Pacific, and therefore I did a deconstruction, and I imagined the black god doing what people in the Pacific do with all the challenges to Maria selling products, to Mary selling products, because usually they are home. They are because they need to work hard to move forward. That's why your head goes crazy. And I did that decoding, and I said that if God had been born here, he would be a fisherman. He would pick up a chontaduro and he would drink borojo. And Maria would be an overweight black woman, and over her head she would carry a basket filled with fish, offering out loud and recovering all the houses of all the village. I'm carrying fish, fresh fish with, and also of fried fish, canchimala, pachamao, and toyo pasura. If God had been born here and in the coastline, he would be a farmer that would pick up coconuts with with a with a well-built body, with very dark skin and ivory skin with tight hair, as if he were chacarras. And in the Pacific plains, he would work with the mangroves so that turn that he would turn in wheels to rail. He would pick up crabs from caves of the hood. If God had been born here in the coastline, he would feel his blood of boiling with the sound of drums. He would dance gurulao, and he would drink biche in the festivities. He would feel in his own hand the lack of equality for being black, for being poor, and for being from the coast.
Poesía que yo las escribo.
There is a poet. There's some poetries that I write them down, but I don't say them that are erotic poetry. I write erotic poetry, and can read it, but not. I don't go there. Whoever wants to read it can read it. Okay, I'm gonna say some.
Este vocabulario que estamos hablando ahora. Ahora ya le
And using a different kind of language. It's gonna be another language. The poem says, "Take me before the night falls," and that's one of my books. Please, do you want to take what I'm offering? Because for me, there is no tomorrow, because today it's late. Please take me and don't dilate time, because maybe tomorrow there won't be brown threads on my hair. Take me now and not later, because my skin still preserves the limit between the fall and dawn and dusk. Take me now at noon, before the night falls, because if night falls, that matter won't answer to the spirit, and this impotent, it will ruminate its desires in silence. Please don't close the last windows. Take me before the night falls.
Ese cierre.
Okay, with that very candid and warm heat, we're gonna finish this panel, and let's a round of applause. I hope you had liked it, that it hasn't been in vain. You that were the ones that worked hard for having us here, and the people in Hay Festival as well. Thank you so much.
Pues yo estoy nombrando y no sabía que usted estaba aquí.
Aquí en primera fila.
Ay.
¿Verdad?
Sí, sí,
para el
con
billete,
todo es que yo-
claro.
Ah.
Todo está en Cartagena. Yo mañana tempranito voy a Cartagena.
Excelente manera de terminar nuestra jornada de hoy.
Okay, wonderful way to finish our session today. Thank you so much for